All right. What's up, everybody? If you can hear me out there, make sure we pop in and say hello. Looks like we're dropping some frames, but whatever. Yeah, Zach, this will be up later. Absolutely. Yeesh, we're dropping frames here, by dudes. Let's see what I can do about this. Well, we're gonna try and figure this out. Looks like we're dropping the whole dang thing. I might have done it. All right, first things first. Can everybody hear me? All 9 of you? We'll wait up for chat here. Audio's a bit crackly. Well, that sounds about right. I'm a bit crackly myself. I lost my voice this morning, so we're just gonna have to fight with that as much as we can, and I'll try my best to be clear. I'm getting a text that says my audio sucks, so we'll have to figure that part out here. Let's see. Maybe if I do a little something like that. See what else we can do. I'm being told my audio sucks by other people. That's bad deals. Let's just kill that and see what we do better. I don't know, but we're going to keep rocking and rolling here. Alright, so we are going to talk cloning. And we'll hang out a little bit before we really get rocking and rolling. But the idea here today is I'm going to show you guys top to bottom, start to finish, exactly what happens for a show that I get sent or a show that I go work on. And how we go about going from a plot or a plot and patch or even just like a description of what's going to be there to a full-on show. And we're going to go from a show that I was given or a show that I worked on in June of this year, in Ohio, and we'll be going through the plot as I was given it, and I'm going to go through my show file so you guys can see what my show looks like. And we're going to be making back audio very crackly, by the way. Out of range wireless sort of crackle. That is weird, man. Alright, I'm not sure what's going on with that sucker. I have a backup option, so let me hang on one second. Let me try my little backup here. Be right back. Okay, maybe this is better. Somebody please let me know. And like I mentioned earlier on, I did in fact completely blow my voice out, so it's entirely possible that I just sound like garbage for that reason. There could also be a crackle. I have no idea. This is the stuff I was using before, so hopefully, 2 years of sitting still hasn't totally ruined it. Sounds the same? Well, then it's something going on with my interface here, and I'm not happy. Well. Well, guys, I just don't know. If it's still sounding crackly, we may have to fight our way through. I don't know. We'll just keep trying stuff. Somebody let me know what's up. Until then, we'll just kind of hang out with chat and see what we can do. Sounds good now. Something must have happened when I reset the thing. Who knows? I'm all about it. All right, cool. So let's get started with kind of the goal for today. And in fact, before we do that, we'll look at this little poll here. Keep it simple, stupid. Looks like a little bit more than half say we're going to go simple, and that's fine with me. We're sticking with democracy. I like it. Alrighty. Choop Designs, what's up, Steve? Stoked you got to join in on this. All right. So why are we doing it like this? Why are we doing a video about cloning? There's already videos about cloning that exist out there. They exist from everybody. ACT's got them out. Christian Jackson's got them out. Jason Giaffo's got them out. I've been a part of some of these. There was one thing that's kind of been missing, and there's a gap, which I think we need to talk about. So there's a lot of stuff that's like on the very, very simple side. They're going to show you how cloning works, like how it actually works in MA. We're going to say, let's make 8 movers on a truss and let's clone 8 other movers to those 8 movers. Well, cool. That's great. That's how you get to know how the thing works. And then on the other side, there's like, the super, super advanced stuff. So like, it's a lot of macros and it's a lot of groups, and you might need to know a little Lua. And the thing is, there's a lot, there's a gap in the middle there between we know what cloning is actually supposed to do versus what we need to do to make cloning work in quote unquote the real world. And by that I mean, a lot of the guys, especially those of us who are learning cloning, when we learned cloning, we didn't go from we're going to learn how to use 8 movers to we've got 450 fixtures on 7-8 lighting trusses, and we're going to have to pixel map them, and we're going to have to do this and that. We're going to have to do all kinds of craziness. So we're not doing any of that. What we're trying to do is make a show work. And so it's important that we learn kind of that middle ground of making a show work using cloning and get us from A to B without setting ourselves up for failure, without having to take up so much time on the show, because we could have the best clone show in the world, but if we are the support act on a festival or support act on a show, we're going to get, I don't know, maybe 45 minutes to an hour of actual programming time by the time you get your stage and you get the rig built and you get on deck and you've got your band going, and they don't want to be messing around while you're messing around, and all the stuff. You're going to be really, really limited on time. So we got to work fast. One of the ways I do that is by doing a lot of my stuff at home ahead of time, and doing a lot of the clone process before we even get to the show and get to the venue. So we're going to go over some of that stuff. There's also been stuff about, one of the things that doesn't get talked about is like what happens if we're on multiple fixture types? What happens if we're on very different fixture types than the stuff we're supposed to have? And we're going to make it as simple as we can by making it complicated. And that's going to make sense here in a little bit as we get going. So let's start with the really, really like massive basics. We'll start with the real basics. So from MA themselves, clone is used to add fixtures to the rig, which are supposed to behave exactly as existing fixtures. That means we're going to take some fixtures and we are going to make them behave exactly like other fixtures. Seems really simple, except what does that really mean? So in the world of cloning shows, and so, in my context, I work for a country artist. His name's Chase Rice. We do 75 to 100 shows a year. We're hardly ever under the same rig twice. So my show is built on a clone show, or a clone file, where I built a rig in MA and in Pretend Land, which is what I'm going to call it, where my show has all of the data, where it's actually programmed. And I'm going to show you guys how I get from that clone rig and apply all the data that's in there to what I'm going to be seeing every single show. And some shows are much, much smaller than my clone rig. Some shows are much, much bigger. We're going with one today. The one I'm going to show you is just a little bit bigger than what my clone rig is, but you'll see what I mean. The things we can clone, all the data. We can clone presets. We can clone sequences, groups, worlds, effects, layouts, but don't. And I'll explain why in a little bit. But there's a lot of things you can do to clone your show to make the fixtures behave like you want to. The idea of cloning is that we're trying to make a parody. We're trying to make our show look like it's the same show, no matter what kind of rig we're working underneath. So for me, that means I want my show to look and feel the way I intended it when I was programming. Not necessarily the exact looks I was intending when I was programming, but the look and feel of the show. I want my audience to have the same experience looking at my light show every night, regardless of what rig I'm using. And forgive me for needing to drink tea. Like I said, I completely lost my voice this morning. I was out on a corporate gig over the weekend, and of course I got very sick. That's how that always goes. But anyways, let's talk about our clone rig here. So the clone rig is all the fixtures in Pretend Land that hold all your data. When you build your clone rig, something that's super important to me is to be thinking about what you're going to be working on. What show are you doing this for? I know a lot of guys want to have like one generic clone file to rule them all. And I had that for a very long time. One of the things that I want to kind of impress on you in this is that may not be the right way to go about doing things. You may want to be building yourself a show or a clone rig that's based on what you're going to be actually looking at when you go into your show. So what I mean by that is like, what is the, are you doing a rock show? Are you doing a rock show? Are you doing it country? Are you doing EDM? So if you have an EDM show, for example, you're going to be seeing a lot more LED stuff, a lot more beams. If you're doing a pop or a rock show, maybe you need more strobing, more spot stuff. If you're doing a country gig, it's all over the map because country is such a kind of a cross-platform thing right now. Excuse me, I sound like death, but I feel pretty good. So, we're going to look at the clone rig here, and I'm going to go ahead and switch to that now so you guys can see just my clone rig. I'm using WYSIWYG to open up my clone rig to show you guys because I program everything in WYSIWYG. Can this be done in MA 3D? Absolutely. Can you do this with Vectorworks and Capture and everything else? Absolutely. I just happen to use WYSIWYG because it's what I have. It's what I'm really fast at. And so that's what we're going to be using here. So let's pull up I'm going to turn everything off on my clone rig so we can start here. So I'm going to switch us over. There we go. So now we're looking at my clone truss. And you can see I've got 4 trusses here. There's 5 technically. That's for a rag, but we'll ignore that for now. And I'm not even using this one for my clones, so you'll see that come up later. My clone rig is, I have 8 spots on 2 trusses. Everything for me is on kind of 2 trusses and then a downstage or a front of house truss. I've got 2 sets of 8 trusses, or of 8 spots, 2 sets of 8 beams, 2 sets of 4 strobes, because I don't use strobes all that much for my country gig. 2 sets of 8 washes. 2 sets of 8 kind of LED bricks. I'll explain each of these as I go through them. A whole bunch of blinders. I've got a front wash. I've got front specials that you can also use Lecos for. And that's my deal. That's my rig. Gosh, that sounds terrible. Anyways, so this is my clone rig. My clone rig is, that's where I program all of my show data. So if you're in MA, this is patched in my show file in Grand MA2. And I program the show based on this here. I don't program the show based on the stuff that we're going to be looking at here in a minute, because I need to be able to store all this data and take it from show to show to show and not have it lose any of its important parts and any of its parity, so that it still looks like my show. So what we saw earlier when I was running the live thing here, that this is my clone rig. This is for one of the songs for my artist. You can see we've got his, our little backdrop that we have out in the back. So this is what our show looks like. And we are going to try our best to make the show that I have on the screen here look like the show that we want in real life. So we're going to start by going into well, let's start from the very, very beginning. So we're not even going to skip CAD altogether for now. And what we are going to look at is, I'm going to find something here because I want to share it with you guys. It's in this folder. And I was so organized a minute ago, but now it's all messed up. But that's okay. Okay, here we go. So I'm going to drop it in here. Send. Send. I'm spamming the chat a little bit. Don't worry about that. If you look in there, that is going to be the plot for the Country Fest. It was in North Lawrence, Ohio. We played that show on, I believe, June 17th of this summer. We had a great show. It was a fun time. And the production company, they're called Lighthouse Productions. They were very, very generous and allowed me to share this plot with you guys. And they have let me give this to you guys so that we can all work together from the same thing, so we can look at what this show actually is. I'm going to be still talking about it here, in the display here, but we're going to be going through the whole thing just so that you guys can get an idea of what's going on. And if you have a show that you're working from, you can see it too. And if you want to use it as something to practice with, go ahead and do that. So let's go ahead and open the plot. And this is where we're going to start. So this is the plot I was given. And I was also given another page that's got the patch in it. You've got the same thing. This is what I was given. I wasn't given a PSR file. I wasn't given 3D positions. I wasn't given trim heights. Technically I was, but it's not really relevant to us. Because you're not going to get it most of the time. I wasn't even given where this stuff is in physical space. And that's okay too, because at the end of the day, when we put our show in on the stage, we don't necessarily know where we're going to be able to put ourselves on the stage. We may not have, our up and down, depth of stage may be different than what we think. A lot of reasons for that. We might be supporting a headliner who's got a huge stage set. For this show, we were either headlining or we were supporting Florida Georgia Line, and they've got a really big set. So, you know, that you're gonna have to learn to play with that. But the point I'm making of that is where you have your lights in 3D space in your software is not really all that relevant, because it's going to be a little bit different every time anyways. You know, you could build it perfect to 3D of what the plot was that you were given, but it may not be hung like that when you get to the show. And that just is what it is. You can't control that. You don't get to determine that most of the time. So we have to learn how to adapt. And I adapt in this case by not worrying about it, because if I want to see how the objects behave in 3D space when I'm programming my show on site, I'm not going to look at MA. I'm going to look at the rig. It's right there in front of me. I've got my console connected. And all the decisions I'm going to make that involve 3D space, I'm going to make while I have actual access to the real rig. And so we're going to start by looking at, let me see if I can find the right thing here. I don't have it saved as a thing, but that's okay. So what we're going to look at first is our symbol key. We're going to start looking at our fixtures of what's going to be in this, what's going to be on this rig. I'm going to make it real big so you guys can see it. These are the fixtures that are going to be in our rig. The J. Thomas Par 36 4-light spot bank. These are some 4-light blinders. They're traditional Mulfay style blinders. You know, they're big, they're bright, they run on a traditional dimmer. We've got Chauvet Legend 230 SR beams. We've got Chauvet Maverick Storm 1 washes. We've got Clay Packy Sharpie Wash 330s, which keep an eye on these two because this is going to be interesting as we go. Some Martin Mag Viper profiles, and some Martin Atomic 3000 DMXs. So this is what our rig is going to be. You can see they're all hung in kind of, you know, something resembling an even spacing. Note, and we'll get to this as we get later on, but if you notice these Sharpie Wash 330s that are in red over here, they're only on that very upstage truss. And we're going to need to know how to work with that once we get going in MA. So let's start with going over our clone rig and what our clone rig actually is. So I'm going to pop out of here and we'll go back to the clone rig here. And in fact, you know what? I'm going to show you guys the clone rig in MA because that's going to make more sense to everybody here. We'll use this. There we go. Please forgive all the coughing. I sound horrible. Everybody can comment all they want. I sound like death. So, in my clone rig, I showed you guys kind of the basics on in WYSIWYG, but we'll look in MA now. I've got 16 spot fixtures. For that, I'm using the Viper profile from Martin. I know it's not actually a profile. It's a spot, and we're just going to have to deal with the fact that Martin names their stuff kind of weird. It's a great spot for what I need. It's pretty standard in a lot of shows I work. It's got color mixing. It's got great gobos. It's got rotating gobo wheels. It's got 3 gobo wheels, which is important if you end up going on to a bigger show that has a lot of gobo wheels. It's got Prism, it's got Frost, it's got Iris. It's a good fixture profile in the MA software. It's easy to work with, so I work with it. It's great for me. For my clone beams, I use the Platinum Beam 5R Extreme from Elation. Note it for these two fixtures in particular, they are in their fully extendo mode. I want to be able to use every option and every little piece that I can with them. The Platinum Beam 5R, I definitely desk whiskey. All right, you know what? Just for you, Steven, we'll pause and have some desk whiskey. How about that? Because I just happen to have it right behind me here. Today's whiskey is going to be Bullet Bourbon. If you've got some, pour it out. It's after 5 o'clock for most people, so drink up. Very few things in life are not curable in some way, shape, or form by a strong shot of whiskey. So anyways, Platinum Beam 5R Extreme. It's a good beam. I see it a lot. It's pretty common. It's got all the things. It's got a color wheel, which is most of the time that's what your beams are going to be. It's got all the presets. A lot of folks are going to go, well, you know, why don't you use a Sharpie? And the honest answer is, I don't get a Sharpie very often on my shows. I see the Sharpie wash on this one we're looking at, but I very rarely see an actual clay packy Sharpie beam. I'm sure there's a million reasons why that happens, but for me, it's just not what I see very often, so I'm not going to use it. I'm going to use something I see more often, which in my case is the Platinum Beam 5R. For a wash fixture, I'm using the Martin Mac Quantum Wash. There's a number of reasons I'm using the Quantum Wash. It's not the most common fixture, but it looks good in my previs environment. And at the end of the day, it's really no different from any other fixture of this particular type. For my wash fixtures, I prefer to use it in the most complicated single instance mode that exists. I don't want to do a whole lot of pixel mapping with my wash fixtures in a clone rig. The reason is not every fixture that you're going to run up on has pixel mode. And sometimes they have great pixel modes and sometimes they have terrible pixel modes. And then you're going to have to organize and maintain all of that. And when we're going for this kind of efficient style of cloning and putting on shows, keep it simple. Go for a single instance fixture because a lot of times you're going to see it anyways. So you might as well just be ready to be simple. For a strobe fixture, I'm using the Atomic 3K. It's kind of the bog standard. It's the standard for strobe fixtures. Everybody's going to have something that is either an actual Martin 3K strobe, a Martin 3K LED strobe, or a knockoff of that exact fixture. And when I say knockoff, I don't mean it in a bad way. It's just that a lot of them use the exact same mode. 4-channel mode is kind of the standard for our industry. So I'm programmed in 4-channel mode, and then if I need to adjust, I'll adjust. For LEDs, I'm using the SGM P10. The honest answer of that, it's a simple 8-channel LED fixture that looks good in my previs environment. It works well on my show. Again, I'm not using complicated multi-pixel modes, like you could on a flare or something else. There's a note. I'm going to make a note here specifically about using the JDC1 or the Color Strike M if you're going to be using this as your clone source. Unless you are very, very familiar with these fixtures and their fixture types and their fixture modes, and you have a fixture type and you have a fixture mode that you can clone efficiently from and to, I would say don't use that as your clone source for now. Stick with a strobe and stick with an LED. Keep them separate for a while so that you can learn how the process works. I keep kicking this. No, whatever. Learn the process of cloning, and then maybe after a year or so of getting that going, go ahead and start working on your JDC1, work on your Color Strike M. I'm showing you my 2022 show file. My 2023 show file does in fact use JDC1s. And the reason is we're going to be on a lot of shows that use them. And I have a really great fixture profile that a friend gave me so that I can clone really well from it. Then down the line, I've got blinders here. For this, I'm using the Elation DTW Blinder 700. It's in 4-channel, 4-instance mode, so it's just instance 1 through 4 is just 4 little pixels. Could I have done that with just basic dimmers? Yes, absolutely. Could have done it. I didn't. Mostly because I felt like it. This is one I'm familiar with it. I know how the fixture works. I've used it a lot in my career. And I know that in some instances, particularly true in my previous environment, what I'm going to be cloning to is going to be this fixture. So I want to have something that kind of looks right for me. And then I have my front wash and my specials separated over here, just for different groups. For my front wash, it's more Quantum Wash in their basic mode. For the specials, I got more Vipers in their basic mode. And I'm going to show you guys very briefly what it looks like in a layout view in MA. Let me pull that up here. This is going to take just a half a second while I get myself in that right zone. All right. Here are my clone spots. They're currently going off of the little look we had before. You can see that I don't have them laid out in the manner of my actual like plot. That's for a reason. When I'm looking at my MA file, I am not trying to look at how it is going to be organized in 3D space in the air on the rig. I want it to be organized in a way that's easy to read and easy to count from and easy to organize. If I want to look at it and how it's organized in 3D space in the real world, I'm going to be in the real world looking at it in actual real 3D space. So I don't need to look at a top camera layout of this. I want to see the 8 fixtures on top of 8 fixtures just in an easy to see, easy to read line. Same thing for my beams, washes, strobes, LEDs, blinders, and my front light. It's just because it's easier to organize for me. You're going to see how I go about organizing it once we get going later on in the stream. But the idea here is that I would just want it to be simple. Simple, simple, simple. The simpler we can make things here, the better we can do our show out in the, on site. And so we have the time and the availability and the bandwidth to do more interesting things and be able to make it more impactful to our audience. So that is the clone rig as it stands. Let's talk about in Previs. Let's talk about Previs for a second. So again, like we talked about, I'm using WYSIWYG. You could use all the other Previs companies and any other software you want. If you have MA3D, which is free, by the way, download it from MA Lighting. You can use it. It's totally free, and you can totally use this stuff. In some instances, particularly true with MA3D, you may need to download a fixture pack from somebody like Sebastian Seal. There's a bunch of other companies and guys that make profiles for all this stuff out here, but it is a totally viable option. I was on a tour earlier this year where the LD for the artist that was headlining, and we're talking like A-list arena stadium performer, he uses MA3D. It's a totally viable option, and it's great. Can you use Capture? Of course. Can you use Vectorworks and, Depends, and there's stuff coming out with Unreal Engine. You can use all that. I like WYSIWYG for 2 reasons. 1, I have it. When it's fast. 2, it's fast. And 3, I don't need MA hardware to operate it. I'm just using a PC here. I don't have a console connected. And that is because, I'm not going to be pulling out a console every time I need to do a little bit of previous programming. So WYSIWYG makes that really easy for me. Let's start actually looking at the show. So I put out a poll before we got started with the stream. And from what everybody was saying, they don't want to get the whole WYSIWYG tutorial on how to build this thing. So I will give you the very, very, very basics. We'll keep it simple. And then we'll move on to the stuff we want to see. So I'm going to go ahead and make all the clone fixtures not visible. And we are going to look at our plot. Let's look at WYSIWYG and plot. And let's take this guy. We're going to move him up so I can see him, so you guys can see him. There we go. So you've got the plot. I've spammed it in the chat so you can download it. Let's go through kind of the basics of what we need to look at here. Let's start with, I always kind of just start with spots because that's kind of how I think in terms of the fixtures. So let's look at our spots here. We've got, let's see, We got a downstage truss with 8 spots, a mid-stage truss with 6 spots, and then an upstage with nothing. So all we got to do is put those on the truss in here in a way that sort of looks like it's even. And I did that here. So there's my spots. Beams, we've got 6 on this downstage truss and 8 on this upstage or this mid-stage truss. So I went and did that. Beams. And there's 10 more on this very, very upstage truss. So I added those in. The wash fixtures. We've got a full complement of them. Let's pull up. There we go. So you guys can see our plot too. We've got a bunch of wash fixtures on this plot. I added those in. There's our wash fixtures. Once again, like we talked about, these upstage wash fixtures here are the Sharpie 330 washes. They are not the Chauvet Storm ones that we have down here. We will get to that. Then I also did blinders. They are down here. I also did LED. We didn't have LEDs on this one, so it's all good. We added some strobes. These are our 4-on-4 Atomic 3Ks. We added a front wash, and we didn't have specials. So my show kind of depends on having some kind of special or Leco. So what we're going to have to do is figure out a compromise for that. And we're going to figure out that compromise as we go. But for right now, we're just going to get started with looking at the show. If we also look on that page down that you guys were given, we have the plot, or the patch as it was given to us. Let's see if I can pull this down here so that we can all look at the patch a little bit closely together. All right, so here is our patch for the show. I apologize if that's a little hard to read, but also I can't quite tell. But also it's linked in chat, so you guys should be able to scroll at your leisure. As we're going through here, we can see that they've got fixture numbers down the left-hand side. Keep those in mind. You're going to want to use those, and I'll explain that in a little bit, but don't ignore those. The kind of clamp they're using, we can go ahead and ignore that. We don't have to worry about exactly what that is. Truss position, we do want to worry about. And you can see they call it truss 1, 2, 3, and 4 based by color. And you can look on the side of our plot here. Truss 1 is going to be red, truss 2 is white, truss 3 is purple, truss 4 is blue. So that's how they're organizing their trusses for the guys in their warehouse and in their shop and on site to make sure that they know how it's going to go together correctly. And so that's how we're going to use our position. So when we're thinking about it, truss 1 is our furthest downstage or our front of house truss. Truss 2 will be our kind of downstage overhead truss. Truss 3 will be our mid-stage. Truss 4 is upstage. We're going to use that as we go. Using looking at our channel count here. Channel count is going to tell us kind of what mode stuff is in. Doesn't always tell you what mode the fixture is in based on the name. It says it here, Chauvet Max Storm 1 BA. Well, that's basic, I know that. But I also know that it's 20 channels, and we'll see that as we go. And you can just kind of see all of our modes as we go. Once we get into MA, we'll be able to organize it. So let's look at MA. Find the right window here so that we can build our show. I think we're just going to use this one here. Well, hello everybody. You can see the full thing set up. There we go. All right, time to build our show. We're going to pull up the patch and fixture schedule. I've got my house rig in the 100s, 200s, 300s, and so forth. My clone rig is in the 10100s, so the 10,000s. My tour rig, this is the rig that I actually carry in the trailer with me and set up every day. That is going to be in the 20,000s. And then down at the bottom is stuff for utilities like house hazers, dummy fixtures I may need, anything architecture or lighting, like house, like if you have the unfortunate thing of controlling the lights in like the venue itself from your console, that's all. I put all that there. But we're going to be looking at the house rig. So when we put the house rig together, I want us to start with fixtures, and we're going to start by putting it in the order that the show has it in, or that the festival is giving you in their order. And I use the channels for that because they probably patch it in a way that makes sense for them. So I want to use their numbering scheme, and then I'll apply my numbering scheme on top. So let's start by adding fixtures for all the spots. We know we have a Mac Viper profile in 26 channel mode. Bam. And I know that based on the plot, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 11. There's 14 of them. So I'm going to do 14. I am not going to do the fixture ID here. And I am going to go by channel ID. Their channel ID starts their numbering at 301. So that's what we're going to do, 301. I'm not going to use a patch at all for now. And when we're organizing our show file, it's very important that we add a name to it that makes sense, but we're going to see how that goes and why I'm not doing that now. I'm going to do that here in a second. We're going to apply. So now we're going to look at our fixtures. We got our 14 fixtures. I know I've got 6 on the mid stage and then 8 on the downstage. So let's start with going by their patch. Their patch has 301 to 308 and then 311 to 316. This is a fairly common numbering scheme where they'll use the first number, like the 3 is the fixture type, the second number is which truss it's on, and then the third number is the fixture number. It's not uncommon. I don't do it. You'll see why here in a minute. But this is the way they did it, and I'm going to respect that for now when I'm putting their stuff together. Then they've got, let's see, these first 8 here. I'm looking at the patch as we go. The first 8 are going to be in order starting at Universe 2, address 121. So 2.121. Boom. That is our first set of fixtures put together. Then we're going to look at the second row of spots. That starts at Universe 3, address 121. Now, here's the difference for me. When I'm looking at a plot, and I'm going to pull up the plot here again so we can all see it together. When I'm looking at a plot, I think of reading the numbers from here at the top left to right, and then top to bottom, just like I would reading a piece of paper for anything else. It is not uncommon at all. In fact, it's fairly more common than not for lighting designers and lighting plot draftsmen to go from left to right, bottom to top. They're going to start at the very, very downstage. So they'll start here in this corner, and that'll be where they'll go. So they'll go left to right, and then up a truss, left to right, up a truss, left to right. It just doesn't work for my brain. If it works for you, great. Number your stuff the way you like it. I wasn't trained in doing it that way, so I just don't. As a result, I have to number things a little bit differently. So I know that the way I like to do stuff, the first 6 or the first 8, I'm going to call those. Those will be my they'll be my downstage spot 1. And you name them so that you can see downstage spot 1 through 8. These will be my mid-stage spots, mid-stage spot 1. Now here's where I get a little weird. because I read left to right, top to bottom, and I also do not do any weird numbering. Aside from 100s are spots, 200s are beams, 300s are washes, and so forth. I don't organize any other way than that. And then I'm just gonna number it the way I can read it. So for me, that's the way I do it. So if I go back to looking at the plot, there's 6 on the top, 6 on the upstage side. So it's gonna be 101 through 106. The next truss is gonna start at 107. It's the next light. So why would I do anything different? So I'm gonna organize it here, and I'm just right-clicking on Fix ID so that I can order it the way I like it. So now I've got the fixture IDs numbered for me the way I like them, the channel IDs numbered the way the vendor likes them. So like if I have a problem with a light and I need to tell, you know, a tech that I'm working with, hey, this light's messed up, I can use their number and I can go by my count, look at it and go, okay, 110's a little screwy. Hey, 304 needs to get some love before the show gets going here. Would you guys mind, you know, doing a reset or powering it off or whatever you got to do? And that's the way I do it. So we're just going to go through very quickly now, and we're going to patch the rest of this. I'll talk about it as we go. We're going to do our beams next. Yowzas. There are also 1424 beams. I had a fixture. I've already done this, so I'm just kind of keeping the profile here the same. But you're just going to kind of put in what they tell you. It's a Legend 230 SR, beam mode 1, DMX 15. 15 addresses, or 15 channels on the fixture. It said so on the plot, so that's what we're going to use. There are 24 of those. I am not going to use a fixture ID, and I'm not going to use a channel ID for now, and I'm not going to use a patch. We're just going to put 24 of them in here. Boom. And now we're going to go look at the plot or the patch they gave us, and we'll go by number. And in their patch, 6 of them starting at 401. So we got these, 401. Let's remove this because channel ID, that's the one I want, 401. And then we have 11 through 18, so we got to do 8 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 4, 11. And the rest of these are 421. So that's the way they organize their channels. Let's patch the way they said they did. The first truss is starting at 2.329, so we're going to go to 406, 2.329, good times. Look at the next truss. 3.277 is our start. Then 4.201. It's the next one. Cool. And then again, fixture ID because it's a little bit different, so I need to do it the way I do it. We know that these first 6 could be downstage beam 1. And stage beam 1. Stage beam 1. And I do this by 201. 211. And these will be 219. And guys, if you're watching, feel free to drop any questions, comments, or whatever in the chat. I am paying attention to it as we go, so that if you guys need to stop me and ask any questions, we can absolutely do that. I'm happy to stop as we go, because this is going to take as long as it takes, because when I'm working on a show, I don't get to stop just because I feel like I'm done. I'm ready when the show's ready. So we're just going to keep rock and rolling here. So let's look at our washes next. Washes are where we're going to get a little tricky, because we have 2 fixture types. I'm going to put them in the same layer, and I'm going to treat them the same way no matter what. So we're going to start with, on their patch, they start with the Maverick Storm 1, single basic mode. There are 11 on the very downstage truss. We're going to treat those differently for now. or differently. We're going to treat those different a little bit. Looks like we've got 6 and 6, so we got 12 of these that we get to play with. Delete, delete, apply. Put those in our show. How do you put stream on 2x speed? Well, you're going to have to wait until the stream's done and then watch it in VOD at 2x speed. We're streaming in real life. I can only go at 1x speed, man. I'm giving her all she's got, Captain. And then up in the upstage truss, we had 10 more of the Claypaky Sharpie 330 washes. There. 10 of those. And we're going to remove all the numbers and IDs from that. Cool. So the way they have it numbered. Truss 2 white, there were 6. First 6. We'll call that downstage wash 1. Mid-stage wash 1. If I could spell. And then upstage wash 1. Chris, I totally get what you're saying. That treating fixtures exactly the same as except for bumps and stuff. In my case, at the end of the day, with a country act, I'm not that's not going to affect the feel and tone of my show. I want to treat all the fixtures the same because they're the same for me. If I have to mess with some timing on it, I will. If it looks bad, I'll remove it from stuff for just that show. But in this case, it's not going to be an issue. Because frankly, I'm not using wash fixtures in that way. It's just not the way I have it in programming. So these downstage washes in the mid stages, they start at these downstages are starting at channel number 201 for the house. Then 211 for the house. And then the upstage washes, they call them 501. Cool. Now let's patch it the way they did. Downstage washes. They started at Universe 2, address 1. Universe 3, address 1. And Universe 4, address 1. Now, because I do things upside down, 101 through 110. 111 through 117. Now it's popping me up all these collisions. Or excuse me, that I do need to fix actually. This is 301 for me. 301. 311. There we go. And I'll renumber these correctly. Thank you very much. There we go. All right, 301, 310, 311 through 316. And these will be 317 through 322. Yeah. It's never upside down if it's what works for you. Exactly, which is why I'm doing it the way I'm doing it, because it's what works for me. Next, we're going to move over to the strobes. Strobes are in the Atomic 3000 in 4-channel mode, so I don't even need to add a new profile. There it is. Look at that. We've got 8 of them. That's great. They number it in bog standard numbering, so we're going to go ahead and give it to them there. These are going to be downstage, strobe 1, not 12, 1. And mid-stage, strobe 1. And this is patched at Universe 2.480, Universe 3.496, and because I'm backwards, 1, 405. All right, we're going to move on to the LED fixtures next. Hey, there are none on this show. This is something you're going to be running into every time you work on a show. You're never going to have exactly what you want unless you're speccing it yourself. And even then, the budget's going to tell you what you can spec it, what you can have it not have, and not what the LD deems to be the perfect fixture and, you know, all that kind of stuff. So we have to be okay with the fact that we're just not going to have those fixtures in our show. We can't have too many of our looks relying on that. if you're gonna rely on anything, rely on stuff that you know you're gonna see. You know you're gonna have some kind of front light. You know you're gonna have some kind of light up above them, and then you're gonna have what you bring with you. So make that the stuff you rely on, and then what type and what kind of eye candy, what kind of toys that you want to program into your stock, into what you clone from. Make it something that is going to be realistic to what you're going to actually get on the road. Don't try and program to stuff you're never going to see. I'm never going to program my clone rig with a bunch of magic panels in it in holy crap mode, because I'm never going to see those. As like maybe once in a career there'll be a fixture, a house at a house patch for a festival, and they'll be there because the headlining guy put a ton of money out of their budget into this. So keep it simple. Blinders. We've got the Molfaze. There are 8 of them. He's got them in single mode, or the way they've got them wired up. So we're just going to do 8 dimmers. 8 dimmers, no fixture ID yet. He's got them listed as fixture number 21 with no patch. And so this is all front of house blinder 1. And for me, that's fixture 601, my ID scheme. Patched at Universe 1, address 501. Cool. Let's move on to the front wash. Here is where we're going to get a little silly, and we have to do some math and we have to do some thinking. For the front wash, I'm just going to go ahead and in here, I'm going to patch all the wash fixtures, but they're not all going to be used as wash fixtures. You'll see that here in a second. We're going to be using, once again, these Storm 1 washes. There are 11 of them on the downstage truss. Fixture ID for me, 701. Channel ID for them is 101. And they are all patched at Universe 1, or starting at 1.1. And then they go down the line. Cool, we're good there. And that is the entirety of the patch for the show. We've done the full patch. We've put together our 3D. We've put together everything. So now it's our job to get into MA. We're going to make our layout views. We're going to make our groups, and then we're going to actually do our clone. I'm going to take a break for just a half a second. I'm going to refill my drinks here so that I'm not so scratchy and not coughing so bad. This is a great time to post any questions down in chat. And we'll be back here in just a moment. Alrighty, everybody. We back in this, so let's get back rocking and rolling. We've got fresh tea, we've got fresh whiskey, sometimes both. But it cures what ails you. So let's talk about where we are so far in our clone process. So this is kind of what I do in a day before I'll go out on a show. With my Country Act, we usually work on the weekends. So I will go on. I'll pick up the bus on Thursday night. We'll do shows Friday, Saturday, sometimes Sunday. Come back the morning after. So before every weekend run for me, I'll go ahead and do this for all of my shows, so that I have a file ready to go. So that when I get on site, no matter how much time I have, I've got the show more or less already patched, cloned, ready to go. I turn it on. I plug it into the whatever system they've got. And I should be able to see most of my looks from the get-go. And by the time I get on site, all I need to do is make sure that the colors look right, the gobo rotations don't look off, and I'm fine-tuning my positions. So, we've patched our show, as we saw before. We've gone through, we patched our spots, we patched our beams, we patched our washes, we patched our strobes, patched our blinds, patched our front wash. Now we get into the part that's actually cloning. And we are going to look at that right now. But first, we're going to take a second and talk about cloning fixture types. Cloning fixture types is another thing you can clone. That's the actual fixture type of what you have here. You can see all these have little numbers here. This is fixture type number 3. Beams are fixture type number 4. But on my or on my the house rig, it's fixture type number 28 because it's just further down the list. I'm going to clone the fixture types before I do anything, because a lot of my show involves global presets, and I want the global presets to stay global, and I want them to stay acting the way they're supposed to. For example, if I have two different types of LEDs and they're both being wash fixtures, so let's say I've got quantum washes and I've got R2s, I want the colors to still be more or less correct for the mixing. And having this, cloning the fixture type goes a long way to making that stuff work out well. And if you want gobos and prisms to really work the way they're supposed to work, clone your fixture types. I'm not going to talk too much about it. If you want to watch that, if you want to see content about that, Jason Giaffo has a long video where he explains in very, very extreme detail how he does all of that and why he does all that. So we're going to start off by saving this, blah, 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 closing, and we're going to look at my MA file here. So let's go to MA, and we're going to look at my actual MA file from my actual tour this year. We're going to do that now. Here we are. I'm going to turn off the song that's running just because it was annoying me. So this is a representation of my MA2 light that I take on tour. Next year it'll be an MA3 light, but I'm still in mode 2. That's a whole other thing you can read earlier in the chat. We talked about it. But this is the screen on that'll be on my left, the screen on my right, and then screen 1 down on the bottom of the console here if you've ever looked at one. This is just so you guys can all see it the same way. We're going to start by cloning the fixture types. I have cloning the fixture types. I have a view over here that says clone. And clone just puts up a whole set of views for me. I clone using the UI. I don't clone using a macro and multiple sets of groups and all this kind of stuff. I find it simpler to just clone using the UI, cloning the fixtures. But we start with the fixture types. We're going to go ahead and look at the fixture types. And again, what Giaffo suggests we do is make a map of what our fixture types are. And that's a really good idea. So let's open up Notepad. And I'm doing this on my own screen so you guys can just kind of deal with it. It's not going to show up for y'all. But you can follow along, because your stuff is going to be numbered differently based on what your show file is. you're going to want to look at your show file and clone this from yours to yours, not based on mine at all. So I know that for, I'll give this to you so you guys can see it. Why not? Let's pull up a fixture type list. So I know what I'm working with here. And we'll go back. There we go. So we're back in it. With my notepad, I know that I'm going to start with fixture type 3 because that's what my spot is. That's where my Viper is for me. So I'm going to clone fixture type 3 at 25, which is the Viper profile with the simpler mode on it. So 3 at 25 is for me. Next is going to be my beams. That's fixture type. If I go up here, fixture type 4 is the Platinum Beam 5R Extreme. I'm going to clone that at the Legend 230, which is 26. Fixture type 5, which for me I know is my Quantum Wash, I'm going to clone at 27 and 28 because of the fact that I'm using two different fixture types for the same purpose. Then let's see. We're going to go down our list of things we use. Our Atomic 3K, well, we're using that same profile, so I don't need to do that at all. I'm not doing anything with the LEDs, so I don't need to worry about the blinders. And I'm not doing anything with my like JDCs or any of that. So I don't need to clone any more stuff. Or any more fixture types. So using this map that we just drew up, we're going to clone our fixture types. Let's go back to the MA. And so I'm going to pull up this little macro so you guys can see it. We're going to go to the... Hey, here's the macro for cloning the fixture type. There's user variable stuff in here. The only thing that you need to really know about is line number 3, clone fixture type blank at blank if preset star dot star. That means we're cloning fixture type X at Y. In this case, we've used it setting variables because it's a macro and it's a little bit easier to run. If preset star dot star, that means any preset dot any, or any preset type dot any preset. So it's cloning across the entire range of presets for the entire fixture. That's what all this stuff really means. And I'll explain that as we get on the line. This is in the Jason Giaffo video. I pulled it almost directly from what he's doing. So there's no... I'm not going to try and tell you I wrote this. This is mostly his stuff, and it works every time, and he's shown it to you guys before. So, we are now going to go back to the MA. And I can show it to you on the big one. Why not? I'll show it to you on the big one here. All right. Clone fixture type in presets. Funky order of my macros. There we go. Clone fixture type and presets. We're going to start from fixture type 3 at fixture type 25. It's going to say clone 110 objects or however many you happen to have, how many presets you have in your show. I'm going to low prio merge these. Boop. And we've done the spots. Time to do the beams. Clone fixture type 4 to 26. Low prio merge. We're done. Now it's time to do the washes. Clone fixture type 5 at 27. Low prio merge. One more time. Clone fixture type 5 again at fixture type 28. Low prio merge. There you go. We have now done the fixture type cloning. Now it's time to build all the real stuff. All right. So we're back in our MA little situation here. You can see we've got multiple views going on here. The way I have it, I've set up, I have just a bunch of different layout views. The layout views on my left, so right there, these layout views are the clones. And the layout views over there are the stuff that I'm going to be adding. That's the house rig up there on the top right for you guys. So just know that I'm using views to organize layout views. That's kind of all this, nonsense is. I've got different views here. So this is my view of spots. So on the screen here, it's the layout view for the clone spots. Over here, it's the layout view for the house spots. If I hit beams, that's the layout view for the clone beams. That's the layout view for the house beams. So on and so forth. I'm going to start by making the layout views first. I make the layout views first because I use the layout views to make my groups. And not the other way around. So I'm going to start on my groups. I've got fixture number 101 through 114. Because I know I've got 14 spots on this rig. And I'm going to store them into this layout. Zoom to fit. I'm in setup mode because I'm going to look at my plot. And in my plot, there are 6 spots upstage and 8 downstage. So I'm going to zoom to fit. And that is going to be the layout view I will use for my spots. You're going to say, Zach, that's not how it's laid out on the plot. Like, because on the plot, it's like kind of a little bit offset like that. And it's like, nope, I do not care. I want it organized in the center because I want to go as simple as I can. And the simplest thing I can think of doing is basic math. And again, if I want to worry about how it's really organized and how it's really laid out on the truss, I'm going to look up at the truss. And that's how I'm going to know the way everything's supposed to be organized. Time to do our beams. We've got 24 beams, so I'm going to use fixture 201 through fixture 224. We're going to zoom to look at all of them. I know I've got 10 upstage. I know I've got 8 mid-stage. And 6 on the downstage. There we go. 10, 8, 6. Those are my beams. I'm not even going to worry about groups yet. Why did they already have little gaps between fixtures in your layout view? In my layout view, you can set up all your defaults. I have snaps to 0.5. And I want to say somewhere in here, you can default stuff. Looks like I just have the default size at 1. Layout data, snap grid. I might have just gotten very, very lucky. Zaxby. It doesn't always do that. A lot of times I do have to make stuff look correct in whatever layout. That's just kind of the name of the game we're playing here, especially with like multi-instance stuff. You'll see that in a minute. It doesn't always play nice. In this case, I got them to add a little bit extra. And then we're going to look at our wash fixtures, and here's where we're going to get all heckin' weird on our washes. Fixture 301, we've got 12 Storm 1 washes and 10 Sharpie washes. So it's 301 through 322. Store here. Zoom to fit. And let's see. We know we have 10 Sharpie washes upstage. Then we've got 6 and 6. Put them in a nice little organized grid. None of this has to be absolutely perfect. There's a lot of times I don't do it absolutely perfect. But since it's my show file and I'm able to keep it, pretty dang close, I'm going to go ahead and do that here. For example, if I didn't have snap on, like if I didn't have snap always on here, and it okay, so now I'm in setup, and these were like moved a little bit, and this was a little bit this way. That's okay, because I'm not selecting like that to make any big things for the show. But I can be retentive, so I will. There we go. Zoom to fit. There's my washes done. Strobes. We've got 8 strobes, 401 through 408. select, load them in. We know we're doing it like this. And there's my strobes done. Blinders. We know there's 8 blinders, single channel per thing. We don't have to do anything beyond what we just did. And then front, here's where we're gonna get a little silly. There are 11 Storm 1 washes on the downstage. 701 through 711. Storm in here. So this is the line as it's shown on the truss. You can see I've got kind of 2 sets of fixtures over on this side. Up here, I've got the front wash, and down here are my band specials. We need to think about what band specials we actually need. I know that I've got 6 guys on stage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 6 guys on stage. I also know that this show's going to have follow spots. And those follow spots are, I always have a follow spot on my artist. It's the way he likes it. You know, he always wants to have a follow spot on him when he's talking or singing, and that's cool. So I know I really need 5 fixtures to behave like specials for my 5 other musicians. So I'm going to select 5 out of here and turn those into my specials. And since there's 11, I can kind of even things out because I know I can do 1, 2, what if I got set up because it'll select more. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. That happens to be a pretty even number. So I'm going to drag those down here. So now I've got 6 fixtures that are going to behave like a stage wash and 5 that are going to behave like my specials. Now, we've done all the layouts. It's time to build our groups. Let's go to our spots. When I make my groups, I do everything based on a symmetrical selection. There's a couple of reasons for that. One, I don't like having a whole lot of different groups for the exact same fixtures. You can totally do that if you want. You can have like left to right sweep, right to left sweep, all that kind of stuff. But to be honest, for me, if I'm doing that in my cloning or if I'm adding that to the clone data, I know the numbers are almost never going to be right. So I don't want to use them that way unless I really, really, really have to. Like there's a big look that kind of insists on it. I had the pleasure of designing and programming Sheryl Crow's tour this summer, and you know, hopefully we're going to be doing it again. She's a fantastic artist to work with, and her production manager and show designer and lighting director is great. But we had a couple of effects that ran based on left to right, and the tech who went on the road, who I think might actually be in the stream right now, his name's Dragon. If Dragon's watching, he knows that part of the deal every day was you had to really get mathy and update the effects for this one particular tune of hers. And most of the time I prefer just to make a symmetrical selection because I'm either going to have the lights turn on or I'm going to have the lights turn off, or I'm going to do an effect with them. And that effect is usually symmetrical anyways. So I use a symmetrical selection just as my basic one. And if I have to do something different from there, I'll do something different from there. So let's go ahead and do that. Down here on screen 2, which is that one, over there, that way, yeah, that way. We've got, these are the fixtures we've got for our spots, because we're still in our spot view. I know that because my spots are always red, and that's how I've got it organized here on my layout. Underneath here, there's Nick. Hey, Dragon. Down here, I've got the groups for the show. These are the groups for what I use. And in fact, I know it's what I'm using because it's a little bit off. I'm going to fix it because it's been off and it's been bugging me for a very long time. Hooray, hooray. So, our spots. Let's make a symmetrical selection. If you've watched any of the Christian Jackson videos about selecting stuff and doing symmetrical effects, it's the same thing, making a symmetrical group. we're going to make our big symmetrical group. We know it's symmetrical because if I highlight it, it's just going to go round and round in a big symmetrical circle. I'm going to store that in house spots. Awesome. Do the same thing with beams. We're going to go that way. We're going to go that way. That way. We're going to go that way. And we're going to go that way. And if I go around, it makes a big symmetrical snaky pattern. That's what I like. So we're going to store that in house beams. Same thing for washes. Same old. Nothing you guys haven't seen before. Store it in washes. Strobes. So for strobes, and I know this based on this how it's programmed in my show, it may be different for yours, that the symmetrical selection and symmetrical groups for my strobe fixtures doesn't mean a thing. It doesn't matter. I don't have effects that update in that way, but I'm going to do it anyways because I'm going to do it the same way every time just to make my life easier. So I'm going to select it all that way. Store there. I don't have LEDs. The blinders are all in a straight line, so there's nothing to worry about symmetry for. Front stuff. We're going to store our 6 washes here. Again, it's all in one straight line, so I don't need to worry about symmetry. And now we've got our groups made. So we've got our house spots. Which if I select them, there they are. And so let's say you're looking in the real world. And you're looking at the rig here. And you look up at the lights. Let's see if I can make this a little bit easier for you guys to work with. All right, so let's say you're actually here looking at lights. And you want to go through and kind of check it. So I've got highlight on my console. That's the little button down here. So now I can start selecting my groups, house spots. There they are. Zoom this in so you guys can see it a little bit better. There we go. So I got my spots in that symmetrical order. I got my beams in that symmetrical order. I got all these wash fixtures in that symmetrical order that we talked about. Strobe fixtures are going to be kind of hard to see in highlight mode, so we just kind of deal with the fact that they're probably there. Blinders, there they are. Front washes, there they are. And our house specials, there they are. Now, one of the reasons when I said that I don't use like a fancy macro and I use just the UI for cloning is because when I'm doing it in MA, I prefer to go by the fixture because now I've got. Oh, I'm so sorry, Chris. You're absolutely right. I was looking at the wrong screen on my side. There we go. So let's go back and just kind of look. We can see that I've got my house spots here. Hooray. There's my spots. Thank you for picking me up on that, Chris. There's our beams in that symmetrical selection. Here's our washes in that same symmetrical selection. Yay. Strobes, again, you know, if you've used an atomic and you put them in highlight, you know they'll just kind of flicker once and then kind of nothing. Here's our blinders in that line. Here's our front wash. And then here's our 5 specials. Cool. So there we go. Now you guys have actually seen it work in WYSIWYG. Thank you, Chris. I guess I'm still a little sick, brain foggy. Hooray. So anyways, if we look back at just our MA, you can kind of see that I've got a pretty good just grid of things here. And you can see that the grids almost kind of line up here. And that's why I use the regular UI, because I use the grids to clone to and from. So I'm going to give me half a second here. I'm going to set this up so that you guys are able to see the clone the way I like to do it. And Idamal's taking. have to do a little bit of messing around here. There we go. So that you guys can see a nice big version of my setups window here. So here we go. This is how I look at it every day when I look at it when I look at MA on my show. I have my two screens, which has my clone from, my clone to, and then down here on the little baby screen is where I do the cloning UI. If you haven't cloned a show before, highly recommend you watch one of the ACT videos or one of Cat West videos, or there's a million other ones. I'm going to be talking you through it, although I'm just not going to be as detailed about every little piece of the cloning UI and how it all works. I'm going to assume you guys have at least kind of played with it a touch. If not, you're going to pick it up as you go. So to prepare cloning, I usually prepare my clone 2, or the clone 2 fixtures first. And this right here is why I'm not using the symmetrical selection for the cloning process. Because even though it's in a symmetrical selection in this group, if I select this group and take the selection, it's going to be in that symmetrical thing. And I just want to go by the grid. And I can click and drag way faster. So I'm going to click these and these, select all those fixtures, and then take the selection. I'm going to hit the clear button one time. Cleared out of the active programmer. And now I need to make something that kind of looks like this. Well, I know I've got 6 and 8. And over here, I can select 6 of the top ones here. And then 8 of the next ones. And that can be my groups to clone to. So I'm going to click down here for the button that says Take Selection. And it happens to work out perfectly, which is what I like to see. I'm going to hit the Prepare button here on the bottom left. I will show you guys the full screen for this part, just to make it easier. There we go. So I have selected the 6/8 fixtures that are in the house rig on the right-hand side. Then I've selected 6/8 of my clone fixtures. And I put them over here. I'm going to hit the Prepare button. And you're left with this this dialog here. I use everything. So all the sequences, I want all my sequences. All groups that those fixtures are part of, I want. All presets those fixtures are part of, I want. All worlds. I don't use worlds for anything else. I don't have a massive clone rig that requires using worlds or selection as world for doing like effects and color changes and stuff. I don't worry about that. I keep it simple. But I'm still going to clone them anyways. If you need to, you can. All the effects, we're going to do that too, because if I want one group to be at an effect, I'd like the other group to be at an effect. And then I take this layout one here. I take all layouts and I select none. If you clone the layouts, it's going to show up on your other layout view, your original, like your clone source layout view, the one that was up above me earlier on screen 3. And it's just going to have like another fixture kind of looking thing behind it with the next fixture that it cloned. And it just screws with the organization in my head. So I'm not going to do it. I'm going to select no layouts. I'm going to clone. I'm going to clone merge for cloning the fixtures to fixtures. The fixture type, I did low priority merge. For fixture to fixture, I'm going to merge. I'm going to hit merge. It's going to do some stuff. It's going to send a network. And then there he goes. We have done the cloning process for the spots. I'm going to move this back over here. And we are going to go back to our original screen so you can see what we were getting at here. And we're going to go through that process again. I'm going to close this. I'm going to remove the lines from here to here. I'm going to clear all. And now we're going to reset and do the beams. Well, now we have a problem. We've got more fixtures than we've got in the clone sources. That can be confusing, but let's start with the stuff we know we can do easily. And then we'll worry about the next part. So we know that we've got this 8/6 right here. So let's clone that first. So I'm going to clone the 8, take this 8/6, hit clear once. I'm going to select 8/6 of my clone sources. Take the selection here. Prepare, no layouts, clone, merge. Okay. Clear all, remove all the lines. So now we know we've got to clone these 10 lights here. So I'm going to take that as my selection. So now I need to find some kind of way to come up with 10 lights out of my beams source group that is going to look correct. Just in terms of being normal. So I've got 8 here. Well, if I just add like a little lobe in here. So if I go 1, 2 through 9, 10, that's going to work. Notice I'm totally fine with using the same fixture twice in a source. Totally fine. The way my show is programmed, all the beams are kind of all doing stuff. And if they're going to do different things, they'll all do different things. It'll look really cool. Again, I'm not trying to make this show look exactly like the show I designed in my previs. As much as I would love to say I could do that, I'm not doing venues and I'm not doing shows and I'm not doing festivals where I get to determine what the fixtures are. So I need to make my show feel like every other, like the show I initially designed. And when you do that, you have to make some compromises. And not everything's going to be perfect, and you're just going to have to accept the fact that you're not going to have it exactly the way you wanted it. But your show is going to look great. Your artist is going to be happy. Your cues are going to run exactly the way they're meant to, and you'll be great. So we're going to select 1, 2 through 9, and 10. Take the selection, prepare, no layouts, clone, merge. Sweet, we have cloned and merged. Remove lines, clear all, and we can move on to the next thing. Next thing for us is going to be our wash fixtures. It's a similar situation in that we've got this long line of stuff here, but now we already know how to deal with it. So, since we already know how to deal with it, let's start with the stuff we can do quickly and simply first, and then worry about the hard stuff. We got 6/6 here, so I'm going to select 6/6, take selection, select 6/6 here, take selection, prepare, no layouts, clone, merge. Cool. We've done that. Excuse me once again if you haven't been here for the duration of the stream. My voice went out early this morning when I woke up, and I'm still very, very sick. But the show must go on. Cloning does not wait for me to heal up, and more to the point, I've got a flight tomorrow to go visit the family for Christmas, and I got to get it done now. So here we are. We work in a zero-fail job title as LDs. We don't get to call in sick unless, like, we have COVID or, like, something is, like, broken that requires immediate medical attention. And even then, you better have a sub ready. But now we've done, we'll get back to the real stuff. We've done the 6/6, but we need to do this 10 in a line. Let's pick 10. Take selection. We're going to do the same process. We're going to do 1, 2 through, and then add that one in. Grab that selection. Prepare, no layouts, clone, merge. Awesome. And if you've cloned a show before, you guys know this is, none of this is new to you guys. But this is for, again, if you've never really come out and cloned a show, you've only cloned a few fixtures to see how it works in MA and look at it in MA3D. This is what I do every single day. If I haven't done the work ahead of time. I try to do it ahead of time because a lot of times I'm on these festivals where time is very truncated. But if I'm headlining and we're doing like 6 or 7 shows in a row, I'm going to do this on site. And then I don't need to build the show in previs because I'm looking at it. I can literally patch the show and then look at the lights in the real world, and that's the best kind of previs there is. So let's move on to strobes. 4/4, 4/4. Hey, look at that. We don't even have to do anything here. It's a situation where you might say, hey, why don't you just change the patch of your clone sources? You could do that. It would work, but I don't want to screw up the process. The process is important. knowing that you did it the same way every time so that it works the same way every time. So I'm just going to go ahead and do cloning for these, even though I could, in fact, because it's the exact same fixture and the exact same profile. Because some days it's not going to be, and I just need to be able to make sure it works. Take selection, clear. Use that, take selection, prepare. No layouts, clone, merge. Clear all, remove. Move over to the blinds. So here are the blinders. In my blinders, I have 4-cell moles, or 4-cell, they're DTW 700s. And I've got 8 of those. Obviously, I've only got one fixture over here. So we just kind of need to figure out what's important. And for me, center out is important. So if this here is my center of my my 8 fixtures, I know I've got 8 pixels, so I'm just going to grab the bottoms and just go a straight line. And there they are. If I have any effects that utilize any kind of symmetrical stuff, it's going to work. If I have any sequences or hits, or as Zaxby likes to say, pows that utilize left to right, they're going to work left to right. If they need to work center out, they're going to work center out. Particularly true for my blinders. I only have stuff that works center out, so I don't have to worry about it. So I'm going to use these. So we're going to take our 8 blinders, take selection, grab those 8 pixels, take selection, prepare, no layouts, clone, merge. Clear all, remove. We move to the fronts. Fronts are going to be something to think about here to start with. For the start, we can do the wash. The wash is going to be simple. I don't have to worry about the wash. I got 6. Take selection. 6 washes. Take selection. Prepare. No layouts. Clone. Merge. Once we get into the specials, or the washes that I'm using as specials, this is where we get a little particular. I know I've got 5 in a row, so I'm going to select those 5. Now, like I said, I've got 5 musicians plus my artist. My artist is always going to have a follow spot on him, so I don't need to have the special in this case. This is where you have to make a compromise. I would love to have, 2 profiles on either side facing down at the artist so that I can get him in like a nice CTO glow if a spot's being a little too bright, or be able to do something moody. But the rig is the rig, and I can't change that now. Maybe in advance we could have added like 8 Lecos, and that would have been great. But we didn't have them. The budget wasn't there, so let's just pick our spots. I've got 5 musicians here to think about. I've got 8 lights. I'll give you the quick rundown on how that works. On the far stage right is one that goes over our guitar player, John Suki. Next to that is a light that's designed specifically for our drummer, who's on the stage right side of the stage. I've got two fixtures here that cover the artist. Again, if I have them. I have one here that's used on a stage thrust, so that's an extra. We try to get an extra 8 or 16 feet or more of stage going out into the crowd so that he can kind of walk out there and hang out with the crowd and sing out there, and that makes a really cool kind of rear hair light, but we don't have it. This is our bass player, Marcelo. Again, this is that double from the artist light. This is our keyboard, steel, banjo, everything utility player, Phil. And he's on a riser that mirrors with our drummer. And then our other guitar player, Jonas, who is mirrored with our guitar player on far stage right. He's on stage left. So we know we're going to have John Suki, Jeremy, Marcelo, Phil, and Jonas. Those are the 5 that we're going to use as specials. So that's my selection of my 5 lights. We're going to take the selection. We're going to clone that to these 5 in a row here. Prepare, no layouts, clone, merge. And that is that. We have cloned the entire show. We've cloned the fixture types and the presets. So I'm now in a position where all I got to do is double check stuff, make sure everything works the way I want it to, and then we can be off and running. since we've done that, we've been going for another 45-ish minutes now. I'm going to take like a 2-3 minute break. I'm going to fill up a water, reset my tea. If you guys have any questions, please post them down here. I know there's 8 to 10 of you guys hanging out in here right now. Please come hang out with us. We're going to be having a great time for the rest of this. We're just going to kind of be looking over the last little pieces of what I do for every show. And then I'll hang out for a little bit longer, do some Q&A with you guys, and then we'll have a good night and, you know, kind of go about doing whatever else we want to do. So stick around. I'll be right back with you. Alrighty, drinks are refilled. It's time to get on to the last part of this and double check the show before we save it and either get ready to go to the next show or get ready for packing up and getting on the bus to go to the venue. So we have cloned. We've created our patch. We've created our groups. We've made our layouts. We've cloned all of our fixtures. Now it's time to double check our presets and update everything that we need to update. So we're going to start by looking at WYSIWYG and MA together. And here we are. Also, just as a moment of shameless self-promotion, if you want to go ahead and hit the like button down there, get subscribed. I'm going to be doing a lot more content coming up here in the next several months and stuff. I've got a bunch of videos about some neat little tricks and stuff I use for MA, stuff I use in WYSIWYG. I'm going to be going over a full WYSIWYG kind of trainer course, mostly because there's not any good content that I found that really gets into like WYSIWYG for concert production and making knocking out a really good, quick, a good design that you can show to people. And Kassoff just recently they've created a new kind of product class that has a limited number of universes for previs, which I think is fantastic. If you know you're on MA2 and you use WYSIWYG for previs, there is no hardware required for going into for unlocking parameters into WYSIWYG. It's one of the reasons why I did choose to go with WYSIWYG over Vectorworks or whatever. The price is also pretty dang good. I got in during the pandemic, so they were having a bunch of kind of COVID related discounts to get everybody up to date on the software. And it's what I use, and it works really well for me. And the library team is fantastic. So if you need to get a fixture or a truss or a piece of something added, you can email them, and usually within 24 to 48 hours, they're knocking out a. They're going to email you with something you can add to your library, and they've been working really well with me. When, for example, on Sheryl Crow this year, I used a lot of a fixture called the X4 Atom by GLP, and it's a tiny little LED fixture, about yay big, weighs like 3 pounds. It's got a separate power supply that lives either on the floor or somewhere else, and you run a 4-pin cable to it. And they had it in their library, but it wasn't quite right. So I emailed them and said, hey, this isn't quite right. This is how it kind of gets used in the real world. And they said, oh, awesome. Can you tell us exactly how you're using it and what it's doing for you? And they immediately emailed me back. Chris says, Peter's a legend. Yes, he is. They have been fantastic. I've got some trust requests going into them right now. There's some kind of exciting new products that I've just kind of gotten turned on to recently from Tyler and a company called Texas Structures, who have made some awesome stuff, and they're making some truss libraries now, because I'm going to be using a lot of their stuff as set pieces and as rolling truss for my ground packages. So they've been awesome, and they continue to be awesome, and until they stop being awesome, which I don't think is happening anytime soon, I'm just going to keep rocking and rolling with what they're doing. But anyways, let's look at our show and let's start looking at updating. I'm on my screen here in MA. This is my screen 3, but you can kind of use whatever works for you. Again, I'm showing you my show file. I cannot give you my show file. I wish I could, but there's a lot of plugins and stuff that I do use that I do not have permission to share. And more to the point, technically speaking, this is property of my client, my artist. So I can show it to you, but I can't let you have it. That said, none of the stuff is stuff that you need my show file in order to run. That's why I use the GUI for cloning. That's why I'm using just kind of bog standard layout views. There's none of this. None of this is stuff that you can't make for yourself on your show file. And feel free to take this and use it for whatever method that works best for you. I'm showing you my strategy for it. This is MA. There's a half dozen ways to do literally everything in this console. It's one of the reasons I love the MA so much. But here we are. We're going to look at mine. We are going to look at first our position and beam. Position and beam. The reason I do position and beam first, and the way I happen to have it. So position and beam for me means I've got my positions, my focus, my zooms, my strobes. If I've got iris stuff that gets involved, if I've got prism stuff that gets involved, I want to see that first. Particularly true for positions, because one of the first and biggest things you're going to have to do is work on DMX tilt invert, depending on whether or not the fixture is hung, with the screen that way or the screen that way. We don't necessarily get to determine that, but it's a really easy thing to fix, and I'll show it to you now. So let's start with looking at our spots. I'm going to put, you guys can see WYSIWYG, but I can't right now. So I'm going to pop it up. There we go. So I'm going to select our spots, and I'm going to select straight. And they are pointing out straight. When you clone the presets and you clone the fixture type, a lot of these presets kind of get done for you. So I'm going to hit it to 0 zoom. And 0 zoom actually gets me 0 zoom, and I can kind of look through and I can see that in my profile it's zooming in and out the way I like. So I like to look at the tightest beam angle possible. It's just the way I like to see it because it gets me more precision on my positions. I know that this is my straight out. Here's my fan out. My fan out looks like it's fanning out. I am not looking at whether or not it's perfect on this stage. I do not have the size of the deck in the plot I was given. I do not have the location of where my artist is going to be. So none of this really matters in previs. I just want to make sure that it's close. I want to make sure that the clone worked. So I got to make sure that everything worked the way it's supposed to, so that when I get on site, if I have to change something, it's there. So now let's assume for a moment that over that way, that way, over there, that way, on my WYSIWYG, let's assume that's the real world. Let's assume I'm actually looking in the sky at the fixtures as they're hung, so that we can kind of figure out what happens to the next part once we're on the set, once we're on stage. So I got all my fixtures, all the positions are looking roughly what I expect them to do. Here's blowout, which points out at the audience. My up straight, up fan, up wings. It says up and down here, but the way I know I organize is I organize a regular one as down at the stage, and then down here is really meant for my ground fixtures to point down, but for my aerial fixtures they're going to point up. There, and then downstage center. And this is the one in particular for me that is pointed at my artist. At a downstage center position, I will either get the little remote and go out there and do it that way, or I'll put a some kind of mannequin or a mic stand with a water bottle strapped to it or something. Or I'll make one of our techs who are very patient with me about standing where I need them to stand, and have them stand where they need to be so that I can focus these lights. But from the look of it, the spots are all kind of pointing where they need to. So I'm going to put them back to that straight position, and I'm going to start checking other things. I know, because I've already gone through it, that the zoom works. I'm now going to take myself out of highlight. Highlight is going to do a couple of things. It's going to turn them all on and all at white, which is great, except it's also going to overwrite anything you put in the beam, just kind of by nature in its profile. So I'm going to take it out of highlight and just set it at full. Now I can start looking at the other things here. When you're doing your previs and you're doing stuff in 3D environment and you're doing stuff in the pretend land, you need to understand that every now and again you're going to run into some limitations of what your software can do, what your hardware can do, and what actually happens in the real world. In my case, I'm using a NVIDIA RTX 2080 Super graphics card in a very old platform PC. One of the only real downsides with using WYSIWYG that I have found is that, and they've announced this as like an issue, and they've been working on it forever, and it's just kind of has to do with firmware and updates and drivers and such, that strobing in WYSIWYG and NVIDIA graphics cards sometimes don't play nice. Again, excuse the voice. So we're going to go with stuff that we know from experience is going to work. So we know open looks good because that's wide open. Strobe, it's going to blink, and you can see how it's kind of blinking, and then it's off, and then it's on, and then it's off. That's a bug having to do with NVIDIA drivers and WYSIWYG. I know that it's in, if I look over in Beam, which you guys can't see, but that's okay. If you look in like your screen 2 where you can look through all your preset types, I know I'm in max strobe right now, and that's fine. I know it's going to work. And then random is working great. So that's good there. So you can either do two things. You can clear out, you can set it back to open, or you can do what I'm going to do, and I'm just going to hit off and then the preset. That's just going to turn off that preset so I don't have to mess with it. Frost in and frost out. I don't use frost for my wash fixture or for my spot fixtures on the show, so it's not really involved. Prism is there, although I don't use prism very much in my spot fixtures. I'm going to be perfectly honest. For 2022, I kind of programmed it and forgot, and then it looked great, so I didn't really need to add it. There's no reason if your show looks good, there's no reason to use everything just because it's there. What are you actually getting out of it? For those of you who know me in real life and have talked to me over the last year, I've really gotten into something called the 80-20 principle. And it goes a little something like this. You're going to spend 80% of your time working on 20% of the problem and 20% of your time working on 80% of the problem. So for me, I'm going to spend that 20% of the time working on 80% of that problem, and I'm going to maximize that. And I'm going to spend even less time working on that 80%. And I'm going to have more time available for that 20%. And if that 20%, I'm going to really consider that 20%. Is that actually a problem? Or is it just something that I think I need to do because I feel more like a better LD if I use it? Well, I don't care if I feel like a better LD. I care more that the audience is going to enjoy the show. The artist is going to see what they expect to see. I've made a good design that's impactful, that has, makes the audience feel something. That's my job, is to make the audience feel like what the song is trying to evoke out of the artist, or from the artist to the crowd. I meant, I heard a wonderful thing a little while ago with an audio engineer named Dave Ratt. Dave Ratt was the front of house engineer for the Red Hot Chili Peppers forever. He has a pretty large company in California called Rat Sound. He also runs a company called Sound Tools. So if you've ever gotten the sniffer sender, the little DM XLR tester, that's Dave Ratt. You have him to thank for that. What he calls himself an advocate for the audience on behalf of the band, and I like that because he's responsible for taking what the band gives him in terms of their performance and making it as good as he can from the perspective of a member of the audience. And as a lighting director and as a lighting designer, I want to do the same thing. I want to make the music more impactful to the audience, and not necessarily to my eye as an LD to stroke my own ego or whatever, but to make it better for the crowd. I want the people who pay money and come to see our show to walk away going, man, that was a really great show. It looked great. It sounded great. Everything worked together. And I don't know any member of the audience aside from like the other LDs on my shows who I talk to and I respect a great deal, but they're not the target demographic for my work. The target demographic for my work is the audience at large. And so I'm going to work my hardest to make those guys get the biggest impact out of my show. So I'm not using prisms. Sorry, that was a very long tangent, but it needed to be said. Anyways, I'm going to go down here to the next piece where I've got colors and gobos. And I'm just going to really quick check my colors. I am not one of those lighting directors that's super, super keen on making sure all of the colors are exactly the same to each other. It's nice if I have the time, and I will go ahead and correct if I have the time. If I don't have the time, it's not going to be something that's going to matter. I don't know of any general member of the audience who's going to go, oh, the 3 blues he had on that look didn't quite, they didn't look like the exact same blue. And therefore I am upset. I've never experienced that. I'm going to do it if I can and if I have time, but let's assume for the moment I don't. So we're going to quickly click through all of our colors here. I got red, amber, orange, whatever you want to call it, yellow. There it is. Lime, green, aqua, cyan, lav, which is between cyan and blue for me. Blue, which isn't quite Congo, but it's just kind of blue. Violet, purple, magenta, pink, CTO, CTB, and then Congo, which is a blue with a little bit of extra red in it, just to make it a teeny bit more purple. And then I've got pastels of all the same. Pastel of Congo, pastel of red, etc., etc. I used to have a show file that had a lot more colors than this. I would basically do one of my, 15 primary colors, and that's white through CTB, and then a 75% saturation, 50% saturation, 25% saturation, and 10% saturation for all of the pastels. And I realized after a while that programming my shows, that's not making that big of an impact. If I need a specific color for something in my show, I will program it. Absolutely. If I have to do it, if I'm trying to match something, if whatever, all day long. But if I'm making a show that's based on something that's going to travel in particular, it's going to be generic enough for me to clone into, I want to keep it simple. And I know LDs who use even less than this. But for right now, that's what I got. And now I'm going to go back to my position beam just to zoom it out just a touch so I can look at my gobos. I'm using... Yep, we're going to have to go to this. So I'm going to pull up... Let's see if I don't have this screen necessarily, but we're just going to kind of figure out a way through. Yeah, I can't do it. But it's fine. I'm just going to talk you through it. This is my dots gobo. I don't use a ton of gobos on my show, but I use enough to get the looks I need. So the first one I have is dots. It's kind of like a star field for the Mac Viper profile. It's called Dots in Space. I make sure I use one that's rotatable. I'm going to select it. I'm going to update the preset. And I'm just going to kind of work my way through all of my gobos and make sure it's all good. The next one is something called swirls. If you're in the if you're using the profile from Martin, that's the one I call happy, or that's the one they call happy. I just call it swirls. So I'm going to update swirls. Then circle on the Viper. That is a gobo that is called sonar. It's kind of like an offset set of circles. When you spin it, it looks really kind of funky and offset. It's like an offset cam if you're into engineering. It's a great little, it's a great gobo for this. But anything that kind of got circles in some way, shape, or form, kind of concentric circles that you can spin around. This is when I'd have one that's a cone gobo. I don't have a cone gobo in the Viper. The cone is just a neat one. It's kind of cool every now and again. I don't use it often, but I do have it. I do like it for certain things. But here it is. In the Viper, there's a gobo called Bite It, which I use kind of for this purpose. So update. Then a breakup gobo. And that one I will use Limbo. And update. And then I got an open gobo. Open gobo. So then I'm going to go ahead and select a circle or any kind of gobo where I can look at it, kind of doing its thing. Yeah, the swirls works for me. And I'm going to double check to make sure the rotations are good. It's rotating slow. I have 5 rotations for my gobos. I have stop, full stop 0. I have slow in one direction, fast in one direction, slow in one direction, fast in that direction. And that's it. If I need to match with something, I will. But, you know, broadly speaking, that's all I use. Need more cough whiskey. That good old Kentucky Brown gig water. So I've checked my gobos. Everything's cool there. I've checked everything I need to for spots. So I'm going to go through and I'm going to do the same thing with every fixture type. And one of the reasons that we cloned the fixture type is that when we go into colors, and colors are we have the colors that are global, and some that are selective, but that's based on different fixtures and different fixture modes and like what they do. In this example, I have house wash fixtures that I'm cloning to the Storm ones. If, for example, I had specials on this show, and they were a different type of fixture from the Martin Viper, well, I've already cloned the Martin Viper to the Vipers that I'm using on this, from the extended mode into the basic mode. But if, you know, let's say they've got Proteus hybrids downstage, I want the colors to be the same. So I'm going to clone to both so that it all works out the way it's supposed to. And I can select both sets of fixtures and kick my camera, and then we can get rocking and rolling. So I'm going to go through the next ones. I'm going to do it fast. I'm going to do it in real time so you can see the speed I'm working at, and I'll just kind of talk as fast as I can through it. So we've done the spots already. It's time to check the beams. We're going to highlight the beams, make sure they're on. Beams are on. We're going to go to a position. Uh-oh. Beams are a little bit off. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to show you guys this very, very fast. This is a Chauvet thing. For some reason, Chauvet fixtures, when you hang them with the cables pointed upstage, screens downstage, everything's turned 90 degrees to the right. I know a lot of guys, techs, like MEs on shows, who insist on having all the screens pointed towards where dimmer beach is so that they can see it from the ground. It doesn't matter. You just need to know that sometimes they're going to hang the way you want them to, and sometimes they're not. Here's how we're going to do that. We're going to do this very fast. I'm going to move this over to screen 3 so you can see it. I'm going to pull up our patch fixture schedule. I'm going to look at our fixture type. Excuse me, not fixture types. We're going to go all the way back out to patch only live so you can see this happen in real time. We're going to go to the beams. We're going to go to the pan offset of our beam fixtures. After enough experience working on this, usually it's minus 90. Turn 90 degrees, and now they're back. Now they're back to straight, and life is good. So we're going to go back to that, and we're back to where we were. All of our positions are doing what they're supposed to do. You basically want to make sure that your pan stuff and your tilt stuff is doing the right direction. So I know that my pans are going the right direction now. My tilts are going the right direction. I can say this because I'm using wings in, and they're pointed in. If it was supposed to be wings in and they were all of a sudden painted that way, I have to invert the pan DMX. But I don't, so we're good. I'm going to turn them on. Look at strobe. Strobe's happening. Look at random. Random's happening real slow, so I'm going to fix that real fast. Go into shutter. Yep, I'm going to set it to max random. Max random's a little bit high, so I'm going to slow it down just a little bit. That looks about good to me. So I'm going to update my random preset. Turn that off so I can look at everything wide open again. Excuse you, turn you off. There you go. Frost in. Can't see it in WYSIWYG, so it doesn't matter. Frost out. Prism. Prism's there. I do use the prism in my beams. So now we're going to go into color. It's a color wheel, so let's check the color wheel to make sure everything works. I know I said we're going to go very, very fast, but we're going to take just a quick aside because in WYSIWYG right now, these beams are really, really dim. And I'm going to make them just a little bit, make the beam look a little bit brighter. Okay, there we go. Now the beams are really bright. These are really beam fixtures are really bright fixtures. So, you know, I'm not like cheating. It is really what it's going to look like. So the white, I'm going to look at red. Uh-oh, red's not red. We're going to go to our color preset, fix our color wheel. Red. I picked light green. There's red. Update, red. Look at amber. Amber is not amber. Amber is CTO right now, so we're going to select orange. That works. Does yellow look like it's supposed to be anything? Nope. It's, well, yeah, it's the gobo for yellow, or it's the gobo. It's the color preset for yellow, so we're going to rock and roll with it. Lime is currently green. Let's go ahead and make that light green because I know that there's a green and a light green color filter in this wheel. And I need to know somewhere to go. So green is green. Aquamarine is nothing right now, so it's set to lavender. There's one that says aquamarine, so let's go ahead and pick that. Here's the thing to note about your beams. The color filter you use for your beams is almost never going to be a correct to the colors you think you need. This isn't a fault of any manufacturer. This isn't a fault of you. This isn't a fault of anything. It's just kind of the way it all works. Everybody does things a little bit different. And with a beam fixture in particular, unless you're, super lucky and you've got mega points or Mac axioms, it's going to be a color wheel. If you're the kind of person who wants all the colors to match, you can set all your colors based on what the color of your beams are. I don't think that's all that relevant. I think I'm going to make the beams are just kind of do what they do, but I want the washes and the spots, the ones that I can control the color of, I want to be perfect. And if there's a color that's just not working at all for the beam fixtures, find something else that's suitable. If for whatever reason pink just looks horrible, set it to white. It'll work. Check it. See if it's something that works for you. See if it's complementary. If you know you're only using it a couple of times in your show, or if you know it's going to match, try it. The rules are there just as guidelines to start with, and then from there we break them as we want. But we'll just keep going through. Cyan. Cyan looks cyan now if I update the right one. Lavender is on the cyan, and that actually looks correct. Blue is still on the cyan. But if I look at blue, blue is super dark, but that's okay. We'll roll with it today. Violet is not anything resembling any of those. Also know that the violet on this is or the blue on the Beam T30SR is a little bit Congo purple, dark bluey, so we'll go with that. Magenta is currently set to like a lavender. There is a magenta filter in it, so let's use that. Pink, set to lavender again. I believe there is a pink. We're just gonna use pink. It's a lighter pink. It's a more pastel-y thing, but that's okay. CTO is not even set to it. It's set to CTB, so let's set CTO 1. That's a little bit too much. CTO 2, that's more my style. That's what we're going to use. CTB is an open, even though there is a CTB filter in the fixture. We're going to fix all these colors real fast. Color wheels are the only one that really grinds my gears and gets me going. So we're going to update. We've updated the colors. Congratulations to us. We're going to go ahead and turn off the color. And I don't use gobos in my beams, so they got programmed in here, but I'm not going to use them. So they're not going to do me any good, so I'm just going to kind of ignore them for now. If I'm checking things and they have to be something that's like a problem, I'll check them, but as far as I'm aware, they're not used in my show. So no problems there. We are done with the beams. Time to work on washes. Washes, highlight. They're on. Zoom. Zoom's the wrong way. Quickly change. 0. Update. Reset. Notice how the washes are 2 different types, so they have 2 different zooms. I'm not going to worry too much about it. I'm just going to go ahead and do what I got to do. If you have time to make them work perfectly to each other, great. That's awesome. For my money, again, I don't know anybody who's going to notice. And I don't know anybody who's going to give me crap for skipping on this one, except if, it looks dramatic. Like, if it looks like it's a problem, fix it. If it doesn't look like it's a problem, You can decide to fix it or not based on your time. Worry about the things that are a big problem. One of the things when you're working on a festival, when you're working on a stage and you're not the headliner and you don't have unlimited programming time, you got to triage. You got to think about what's the really big important problems and then work your way down to the smallest problems. And if you have time to get to those teeny tiny problems, great, that's awesome. If they're not going to be a problem, if you don't have time to get to them and they're the tiny problems that don't really affect you, don't worry about it. Just kind of move on. It's important that you have a good handle on what's really, really, really going to affect your show and what's not. Let's look at straight. Oh, here we go. We're looking again at these Chauvet fixtures that are pointed off to one side. So we're going to go into our setup menu, patch only, house washes. We have to double check because some of these are Sharpie washes, so we have to be very careful on that. We know that the first 16 are going to be the Maverick Storm washes. Does that ever make sense to me? Yes, it does. So based on, because I go in a funky fixture ID here. There we go. So it's really the last 12 or whatever it is. But it's the Mavericks. We know that. There we go. Now they're all pointed the right way. So that is good. That's good. All these things work well. If I need to work on my downstage center position, now's the time to do it. You can see it's a little bit funky here, but this is the time when you would go through and update that if you're in the real world. I'm not going to worry about it for the purposes of this demonstration. But there we go. Turn off highlight. Turn on. Open. Strobe. Oh, that strobe's a little bit funky, so we're going to have to work with some things now. This is going to be a little bit different because we're dealing with two different types of fixtures. That's okay. But we know that strobe on the back ones are okay, and random on the upstage ones are okay. It's a problem with the storms, so we're going to go ahead and fix that now. On the other screen here, you can't see it, but let's see if I can just very quickly go to that so we can get a look at these. I'm going to pull up the clone zone, which is just a view over here that shows my layouts. I'm going to look at the house washes. I'm going to select the just the Mavericks. Turn them on. And we're going to fix the same problem, the problem that we were having with them in WYSIWYG, just to make sure, because we're going to assume WYSIWYG for right now is the real deal. We're going to pull up strobe, and it's not strobe. It's doing one of these weird pulse things. I'm gonna pull up the preset menu and look at max strobe. Find max strobe. Max strobe's a little bit funky. I'm gonna find something that looks like it's strobing in the real world. That's it. We're gonna update strobe. We're gonna select random and then play around with find max random. Max R&D. That's not quite right. There's something that looks better. That's closer to what we're talking about. Update random. Turn that off. We've turned off the beam. We know we're in zooms. So now we're going to go back to our washes. We're going to select them all. Point them straight. And double check our colors. Do you feel like creating your own dimmer effects for strobing is better than relying on built-in strobe beam settings? It depends, Zach. If you have songs that rely on stuff strobing in time, yes, it makes sense to build your own strobing effects. If you want the random stuff to work in a very specific time with your specific songs, yes. In the case of the show I'm running this year, it had the random strobe got used like 3 times in the show outside of a big trash can at the end. Blackout. It doesn't really affect anything. I know a lot of guys who make time strobes, and they refer to what I'm doing as the lazy way, and they're right. I'm going by what I can do fast. If they're on a headliner, I know a lot of headliners will put in the time strobes and they'll make it perfect, and that's great. Then they're going to spend 3.5 hours programming, and they're going to give me 25 minutes. And now you're hosed. So just go ahead and build what you can as fast as you can. And again, if you have the time to do it, great. If your show relies on it, yes. The reason I don't use effects is because I think of strobing as a preset and not an effect. I'd like to be able to use dimming effects for something else. So, for example, if I have a beam effect, like a strobe effect, and then I'm also doing a dim effect, you can do some really, really cool stuff. And I don't want to make beam and dimming the same thing in effects, because sometimes I like to do both. There's the quick answer to that question. But anyways, we got our washes. Let's check our colors. Everything looks correct. If I needed to make a change, I would. But I don't. Outstanding. We're done with the washes. Strobes. Atomics, I can turn them on. Open, strobe, random. I know they work. They were built in the real world, so I'm good to go with those. House blinders, I don't need to do anything with them. They turn on. House front wash. All I need to make sure I do with the wash and the specials. And I'm going to scroll down here. I personally, the effect method, don't use built-in macros only because for cloning, I know I'll get the same result with less work fixing strobe presets. What works for you? Chris, if you, I totally get that. I absolutely do. I just use 3 presets. I use open, strobe, and random. I don't have like a medium, slow, medium, fast of random, slow, medium, fast of strobe. I'm not trying to do pulsing stuff. If I want to do pulsing stuff, I'll do it with the dimmer effect. It's totally up to you. Again, this is not, the stuff I'm telling you here are not hard and fast rules. The only hard and fast rule I have, and the only one that I will kind of say to everybody, is triage your show. Think about what's really important to getting the gig done. And if it's really important that you have those to making your show look the way you intended it, then do what you got to do. For the show I programmed for my artist, it's not that important, so I'm not making a big deal out of it. The big deal for me is making sure that all the different stuff I have, and you'll see as once we get into updating effects, that I have some stuff that requires a lot more attention on that side. I'm out of tea again. So, house front wash and house front specials. We know they're the same fixture type, so I'm just going to turn them on and make sure that they all kind of point in the right directions. Whoa, they don't, because of the doodly-doo with the fixtures being what they are. So we're going to set them to pan offset -90. Now they all point in the right direction. Congratulations. Set it to front wash unbanned. So you can look. You can see up in the top here on WYSIWYG. These are my band fixtures. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They are pointed out at the audience right now, so we need to flip those. They did not do what they were supposed to, so we're going to go back to our setup menu. Patch only. House front wash. We know we selected every other starting on the inside, so we're going to select this one. We're going to hold Control, select that one, that one, that one, that one, and right-click to turn them all to on. And have we saw all those fixtures pointed back where they're supposed to go? Great times. So, zooms are all looking like they're supposed to for this fixture. Good times. I'm not checking the beam because I don't use them for the wash and I don't use them for specials. We are going to check our colors. All of our colors look correct. Let's put these back on. There we go. All our colors look correct, so we're good to go there. This is also the time when you would do your focus on your positions. So I'm going to select house front wash, set it to front wash, turn it on. Is it washing the full stage? Great. Then you're going to check your specials. Set them to on, set them to highlight, set them to 0, your tightest zoom, and it's time to point them at your band. If you have your band on stage, go ahead and point there. The mic positions, do it there. I have it in WYSIWYG. I just don't have them turned on right now, so like if I needed to, I would turn them on and point it there. In fact, we'll do it just because just for completion's sake. CR utility, band risers. Okay, so if I kind of pull it down just a bit, recenter, you can see I've got musicians. So let's go ahead and go through and update the band positions. So I have my house specials. I've got them set at band right now, but you can see it's a little bit cattywampus. So we're going to start from just one to the next. Why are you guys being silly? On. Band. There we go. We're going to set these to 0 zoom so they zoom in all the way. Start with 1. We know that this one, I said this is our for guitar player, John Suki. So we're going to find him here. There's John. Cool. Next one. Drummer Jeremy. Quick focus. If you've got a focus tool and you're using remote, great. If not, you're going to do the best you can and then update. This one is going to be for Marcelo, our bass player. He has moved since we last updated this WYSIWYG file. But that's fine. He's actually down here. Right about yonder. Then we've got Phil. He's actually the guy on this riser now. And then Jonas, who's our guitar player. Make sure there's a special on him. If you have a Leco, you would have somebody up on the truss doing the Leco focus. It is what it is. We don't have that. Thank goodness. I am not the best person for Leco focus. I don't know why. I just never seem to get it right. You know, even after 10 years of touring. Just kind of is what it is. We've got it. We're going to update our preset for the band. And we can move on. So now we've updated all of our presets. Presets are done. Now it's time to look at our effects. When you're programming from the get-go, when you're programming your show from 0, the way I like to do my programming is you'll see it here, and I'm actually going to change this window just a little bit to make it easier for you guys to see. I have every song separated. Here's with a blank effect for this, or let's start with this song here. It's called American Nights. This is a blank effect. Quickly add fast strobe to your highlight settings. Help see front of house highlights. That's absolutely true, Chris. I have done that before. I'm talking more about when I'm actually on the deck focusing Lecos and looking for the hotspot. I'm getting better and better at it every time. But again, I didn't go to formal training for this. I learned as I went. I went to audio school. God help me. So I'm figuring things out as I go, and I'm learning more and more stuff. But that is a really cool idea to set it to strobe, and so you can start, so you can kind of see it in the daylight. That's a really great idea. But anyways, let's look at effects real quick. I'm going to pop into display and chat so you guys can get a better view of my effects. All right, so every song has a blank effect that is just named for the name of the song. It's just listed as a blank template effect. There's nothing in it. Then I've got the set of effects I use for that song for my tour package only. This is just the effects in the tour package, not the stuff I use on cloning. I'm going to do all the effects I have for that. Oh, wow, you guys are looking at a funky version of it. Let me go to the right thing. There we go. Here we go. Yay. I fixed it. So here's the blank one. Here's all the effects for that song from my tour package. Here's the next song, blank effect. Here's all the stuff for the tour package. I'm going to do that for the whole tour. And then down here is all the stuff for the clone FX. My clone effects are named, numbered, and colored very specifically. Or not numbered, but named and colored very specifically. We got a blank one here. That's the name of the song it's on. Then we have all these different ones. These are the different effects I use in the clone rig for this song. Yeah. You can see that if I pull this up, if I find a way, that didn't work. Yikes. Anyways, if you look at it here, there's an underscore, spot, circle. And then for some of these, like this one here, it's underscore, spot dim random, and a second underscore at the end. Those two underscores mean very different things to me. The first underscore lets me know that it's part of the clone rig. You can see every effect in this clone rig, the exception of this one, which I need to fix at some point. I'm going to do that now. Oh, no, it's in there. It's just a weird thing of... Yeah, it's in there. It's just a weird artifact of MA. Anyways, every effect in the clone rig has an underscore out of it. You'll see why in a little bit. The effects at the end that have an underscore at the end are meant to be randomized. You'll see why I do that in a minute as well. This one actually needs to be deleted. There we go. So, these are all the effects for the whole song, and I've got actually some bonus stuff down here. Everything has an underscore at the start to let you know that it's a clone. We're going to go back to MA. And I'm going to show you the process for cloning my my file here. Let me fix something that's going on silly. Oh, that's why. That's why I did that. Okay. I made a boo-boo on my stream stuff. Did it again. I zigged when I should have zagged, everybody. This is how I make mistakes. There we go. Now we're fixed. Awesome. So I've updated all my stuff. I have another view here that says updates. That's got all my presets on this side, the effects on this side. And where I have screen 6 to show to you guys is actually screen 1 on my console. So I'm gonna correct that so you guys can see it. Select that. Okay. There we go. So now you're looking at the correct MA. All right. The way I lay out my console, real quickly, on this screen 1 here, these are macros for all the songs I'm running. I reorder them based on the set list that night so that I have the order of the show. Then when I'm running the play, if I hit play, you can see here I've got some group masters that I need if I need to play with, like if my blinders on my car on my set is a little too bright, if the house strobes are a little too bright, if LEDs are a little too bright, then I have my hazer, my fan, any extra stuff I need. I have a quick layout view here. Usually I have it linked to selected the front lights because I tend to be looking at these guys, the specials, more often than not. Then down here I've got physical faders for my specials set to an additive master. So if I need to add more light to a special in a band member, if like if it's not looking even that night or whatever, if somebody's wearing a darker shirt and I have to bump it a little bit, I will ride those all night long. Down here on screen 3, these are the hits and pals that are time coded into my show. They're there just so I can hit them if I need to, if time code bails, but they're really there for me to watch. Make sure I'm following along and check. Screen 2. This is the cue list for the song I'm selected. I color code by intro, chorus, verse, chorus, all that stuff. They all have different color codes for me. I've got the name of the piece. It shows me the fade time, just kind of see it rolling. And then here are the notes for the spot operator so that I have a list for myself if I'm calling spots. And also if I have to ever have a substitute, they can follow along with the follow spot calls and they can still get the follow spot call right. Time code coming in so I can see it. And then the command line feedback just in case I have to do any weird command stuff during the show. Awesome, awesome. So this is what my show looks like. Let's get to updating the effects. So we're going to hit update. And down here on screen 1, I've got a couple of macros. These macros are here. And in fact, I'm going to show these macros to you for free. Congratulations. You get a free macro from me to you. Let me find a window. I can show it. Whoa, hello. I want to find a window I can show you to very what you call it, clearly. Words are hard this afternoon. Okay, so here we go. Down here, I've got several macros running. Update spot effects, update beam effects, wash effects, LED effects, blind effects. These are my this will automatically update all my effects. These are the only macros I really use. I will show them to you. So we right click to edit. Woohoo, free macros. Yeah, this isn't too complicated. Blind edit on. Group house spots. That's why the name of the group for my spot fixtures is always called house spots for this reason. I save into that group so that I can use this. Store effect 1 dot, because you got to use a pool number, an effect pool number when you're updating effects in this way, which is silly, but it's just what MA does. 1 dot in quotes underscore spot and then asterisk, which means anything that says underscore spot and everything that happens after that is going to be, I'm going to store into those effects. Dot asterisk, which means all lines of that effect, /O, which means overwrite. Then I'm going to remove individuals for that same group. And the /NC down here means no confirm. So it doesn't confirm it. So it doesn't ask me. It just goes, oh, okay, you must have meant to do that. Awesome. And then blind edit off, and then I'll clear all on my own. So if, for example, let's see if there's a way to do this effectively. I'm going to try and give you guys a better look at this. MA and Cam, here we go. So if I was to look at a spot effect, I'm going to put that on screen too. You're going to see a number of things here because we've cloned. There are some red stuff. Those are stuff that have individual timing in them. We're going to remove those. You can also see that I've got 30. Where's that 36? I don't know, however many that is. Yeah, 30 because it's 16 and 14. And then nuns for color RGB4s. If I hit down here, this is going to be the macro for update spot effects. It's going to select my group of house spots. It's going to store it to every effect that is underscore spot, whatever happens after that. And then it's going to remove the individuals. So I'm going to hit update spot effects, and it's going to change. Here's 14. Everything's done. The individuals are all gone. Excuse me for the coughing. More whiskey. So we've updated all our spot effects. That macro is the same thing for beams, except instead of house spots, it says house beams. Does it again. If you look in your on your effect pool here, as you update them, they'll go from A to, or if you can set them to update, you can remove everything and they'll update, and you can check them to make sure it all works. Update it all. I'm going to pull up my a wash effect here. That is 22 with no individual timing. Hooray, that means we've done our job. Now, this is going to be a question for guys like Chris Goodman, anybody else who's watching who really, really knows this stuff. I'm going to pop into a combo thing so you can see what I'm looking at. Now, I use a lot of random selections in my effects, but not really quite random. I have some stuff. I'm going to turn on one of these effects. Oh, here we go. Oh, this one actually doesn't work quite the way I'm thinking of. There we go, this one. Let me find one that's a little bit more dramatic. I should have known for that song. It's not going to have anything. I want to find one that's dramatic. Here we go. This one works. So you can see that it's kind of all going in the symmetrical selection because we made a symmetrical effect. I'm going to move this over to screen 3 so you guys can see it. And here's our effect. It's a symmetrical selection stored in the effect with wings of 2 for a dimmer. So it's running symmetrically. I want it to run symmetrically but randomly. There are 2 ways to shuffle in Grand MA. One way, and this is an easy way, this is the cheater way, and you could totally do this, is to say, write a macro that selects self-fix effect blank. Shuffle selection. Store, same effect. Overwrite. Move on. That's awesome. Except it's going to randomly select the fixtures, save in there, and then try and do wings of 2. If you're editing an effect that's actively running in MA, or even if it's not actively running, if you're just editing an effect in MA, and it has a symmetrical selection, and like I do here, wings of 2, and if you shuffle the selection order, not shuffle selection then store into the effect, but there's a button in here that says shuffle selection order, it will shuffle while respecting the fact that I'm using wings. So watch. I'm going to hit shuffle selection, and now it is randomized the dimming effect, but it still respects the fact that it's wings. So it's symmetrical, but random. So each fixture is mirrored off of itself on the truss, but that order is randomized. And I like using these effects a lot because it doesn't just look like your average dimmer effect in a circle woohoo. It looks like something a bit more bespoke. It looks like something a bit more natural and organic, even though it's not. It's perfectly symmetrical and it still looks really good that way. But it just adds a little bit of spice. It adds a little flair. And even though not everything is in time, not all the timing is exactly note for note perfect, it also respects groups and blockings, which I love. Exactly, Chris. One thing I do not know, and I have not figured out how to do it, and for as far as I'm aware, you cannot do it. There is not a way to do that via command line, which means there's not a way to do that via macro. That bothers me because I like using this effect a lot. But the only way that I have found to randomize in an effect in your clone situation is to, first of all, clear all so I'm not having to look at it. Pull up my effects window. I'm just recreating this so it's bigger for you guys to see. Look at my effects window. Scroll down to my clone effects, which are color coded. And remember how I said I put a underscore after a bunch of special effects? These are all ones that I need to randomize. I do not know how to do this via command line to make it easy without going into hardcore Lua mode, which I don't want to do because I don't know how it works. And if I don't know how it works, I don't want to use it on my show. So what I have to do is right click, shuffle selection, close, go to the next one. And I do this every day with every effect that utilizes this. This is the only tedious and annoying part of my day. This is the only part of programming my show that I do not like. Unfortunately, I like these effects a lot. So I do it a bunch. LED, red, white. I don't have LEDs, so I don't have to worry about it. Thank goodness. Blind, slow, random. There we go. Look at that. Keep going through. Watch dim. That does it. And also, you got to pay attention to what songs you're doing. So, like, I don't need to do these for songs that I know are not in the set list for the day. I don't need effects. Chris, I saw that you commented, but you posted in chat, but I am going to fly through these, and then I will read. Spot dim, shuffle selection. There are ways to do this on the console if, like, you get your hands in the right position and you can just kind of do one of these and just kind of rock your hands back and forth. If you figure out a quick way to do it, it's awesome. But that's kind of the deal for me. So I've done some here. I'm not going to do all of them. I want to make sure that I've picked at least the ones I know I want to demonstrate for you guys. And I did. Cool. So, but I'm going to do that with every one of these effects that have that underscore at the end. My workaround is to create a winged effect, do the shuffle selection, and store that as a separate group that's randomized. Yeah, but then it's randomized in the same way, and I don't like that either. I want it to be randomed. And the only way I know how to do it is to hit shuffle selection in the effect editor a bunch of times. You could totally do it the way you're talking about, and for all I know, the audience won't care. And I'll probably end up doing it exactly like that for my shows moving forward, because the more I talk about it, it sounds better and better. It sounds lazier, and I like lazy. Hire the lazy guy. The lazy guy knows how to do things fast and get the same result that you want. Anyways, I've updated all my effects. Great. That's the last piece of the puzzle for me. Except now is the time when I want to start looking at the show. And I want to run through the cues of my songs and make sure it's doing what it's supposed to do. So, let's find something that has WYSIWYG as the primary. All right, I'm going to make a quick edit to this screen here, so just kind of hang on for 2 secs, and we will be able to look at it a little bit differently. Properties. WYSIWYG. Hey, that's huge. Cancel that. Display in chat. Display cam. Yeah, we're going to go by this. This is going to look a little bit funky to everybody, but that's okay. We just have to accept some things aren't perfect today, as I am still sick, boy. And let's look at this. Bop. All right. Pow. There is WYSIWYG. I'm not going to show you the MA part just because I'm going to tell you exactly what's going on here. So anyways. Hey, I've gone to my play view, and I'm going to select a song. Oh, it's just going to keep doing that, isn't it? Okay, you guys are going over here for a while. You're in timeout on my third screen. Congratulations. There you go. All right, so I'm just going to start quickly running through my songs. If you really, really are cramped for time, turn your exec time off. But if you want to start looking at it, you can just kind of start running through your songs. And hey, for the sake of what we're doing here, I'm going to show you the rig we had out on the road. I'm going to turn on my fixtures and my carts. Oh, I moved them around in universes. Screw this noise. Okay, I'm just going to turn that shit off. I know what the fixtures do. And that's important to me, but not to you guys. So anyways, we're going to look at our show here. Make sure that everything is pointed in the right direction to do what it's supposed to do. We're looking at color effects here. Here's my verse look for the song. It's called Ready, Set, Roll. Spots are on, washes are on. They're all doing stuff. And then things start moving. Dimmer stuff is moving. And I'm actually going to turn off the exec time, because now I know that the songs are doing all the pieces they're supposed to do. They're affecting the way they're supposed to. Strobes. We're back in the chorus. I'll zoom out a little bit so you can see the front lights and blinders. Should they be there? Turn around. There's a guitar solo, but it's all kind of the same. I just know that for a spot effect. Spaz, 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 turn off. And then everything's off for that song. Cool. There's a song called Beer Song, which has been an awesome one for us to play. I love this song. There you go. We got our song going. We got beams. We got spots. We got washes. We got all the things happening that are supposed to happen the way they're supposed to. We're in our chorus. All the effects are going the way they're supposed to. That's great stuff. There's a song called Everywhere, which I'm going to double check on. You're going to check all your POWs. So we got POWs from the top. Yeah, all those POWs are working. These are the only there's only 2 hits on this song that have things I need to pay attention to. And they're both working. There's one here. You can see that I've got a kind of in to out dimmer thing happening on this next cue here. It works the way it's supposed to. It goes back in. It comes back out. And then there's a random dimmer thing kind of going on in the chorus. So the idea is that it's on like kind of the 4 on the floor. Bump, da, bump. If I can hit the buttons the right way, I can do it here. Bump, I know it's all working the way it's supposed to. Great, we move on. So once you go through your whole show, check all your stuff as fast as you can. Make sure it's all working the way it's supposed to. As fast as you can is not the priority here. You've now done all the fast as you can stuff. Now you want to go through and double check everything to make sure it's working the way it's supposed to work. If you notice a problem, fix it, and then you move on to the next song. Once you've gotten through your set list, do a couple others that you think might get added to the set or might get called as an audible, and then you can save your show, and you know you're ready to rock and roll. So now we've been streaming for about 3 hours. In that 3 hours, I've talked you through... here we go. I've talked you through setting up a clone process based on a plot that I've been given by a client, or by a show, or by a festival, or by whatever you need. I've talked about some strategies, how to set up your clone file, how to set up your clone rig, how to make things work in a way that suits you. Then if you need to make changes, you can. We've talked about cloning the fixture types and why you clone the fixture types. We've talked about setting up your layouts the way we talked about it before. Again, we set out a layout for our clone source and a layout for our clone destination. We built the layouts. We used that to create symmetrical groups to build or symmetrical selections to build the groups for our house rig. Then we cloned into all the above. Then we updated our presets. Then we updated our effects. Then we checked everything to make sure it all worked out well. At this point, I'm 3 hours in. If I wasn't explaining this to you guys, I would have this done in a quarter this time. I wouldn't have to be taking breaks to rest my voice, for example. I wouldn't be needing to make tea. I would still be drinking the whiskey, let's be honest. But it wouldn't be taking nearly as long. So I will at some point do another stream where I go through a different show just so that I'm not cheating. And I will make I will go through my process exactly the same way from start to finish. If it's not a super complicated show, I can probably have the entire thing built, patched, built in previs, cloned, and checked in an hour to an hour and a half, maximum. And I can do that regularly. So this is a good thing for me if I'm on a flight date and I have a hotel. You know, I've got a laptop and it doesn't run WYSIWYG well, but I can just turn all the, turn all the settings way down and I can get where I need to go. This is the process I use for every show if I can get away with it. There are some times when you can't do it if they don't give you the plot. You know, that hurts, but it is what it is. Sometimes you can't get into a situation where, you know, they just won't tell you. You won't know, or if it's like really, really complicated. You got to spend a whole lot of extra time. The show I just did with Chase over the weekend, we were doing a corporate event concert kind of hybrid blend, and it was the biggest lighting package I've ever played with. It was something like 600 instruments or 700 instruments. It was crazy. It was a lot of different fixture types in a lot of different places, and not all of them are traditional to a concert venue, because this is also a corporate show. So you got to do a lot of compromises and figuring out how effects work and looking at it. But I can promise you this, I didn't add any new effects. I didn't do anything that I wouldn't have otherwise done. It's just a matter of cloning to it, going, does this look cool? Does this get you the right feel? Does this get you the right vibe that you were going for when you programmed it, or when the lighting designer and programmer gave the show to you? You know, they trust you. That's why you got hired. These lighting designers and programmers are trusting you to make the show feel like what they intended. I don't believe that they are expecting me to make it exactly the way they had in mind. The reason I say that is because this isn't an aerial package. If they give you a package that goes on tour and you hang all the fixtures in the air, so if you're bringing semis and you're bringing the truss and you're hanging stuff in the air, and the LD or the lighting designer and programmer come to you and say, we want it to look exactly like this. Here are your positions, and here are photos of the positions from pre-programming, from the production rehearsals. We want it to look like this every single night. That is your job. Your job is the consistency. You're a chef in that case. You know, you're making it exactly the way your exec or your chef de cuisine says you got to make it every time, and you rock and roll. If you're an LD on a tour rig where you're bringing a ground package or nothing, you have to make decisions every day, and you have to make little compromises every day. And I don't mean compromise as in compromise your integrity and compromise your morals. I mean, here's what I want to do and here's what I have to do it with. How am I going to make what I have to do it with do what I want it to do? And this is going to be something that we look at over the next several weeks and months as we get into the spring of next year. I'm going to be showing you guys some different plots. I'm going to make up a couple. Fingers crossed, I'm going to find some venues that are really hard, and I'm going to find a few that are really easy, and I'm going to find a few that do things a little bit quirky. Not every venue is going to have spots, beams, washes, strobes, LEDs. Some are going to have JDC ones and Color Strike M's, and you got to be able to learn how to clone into those things. And it's not that complicated, but I want to show it to you guys anyways, because you do need to know how to do it. If you're looking, like, again, this whole day was for the guys who are, let's say you're in the shop. You know, you're a really great tech. You know how to run MA. You've run MA on some shows for your company, and you've had the time because you know this is your company's shows. This is your company's fixtures. You know what these fixtures are going to do. Well, now you need to take that on the road. You've gotten hired. You may have gotten hired by me as a sub. One of the reasons I am also doing this video is because all of the great subs I know, all the great guys I would have called to sub in for me on my gig, are now getting hired by other artists. This is a great year and a great opportunity for shop technicians and aspiring LDs to get their first gigs and get their feet wet on tour. And I want to kind of help out you guys. Help out you guys and gals who, you know, maybe just haven't gotten to do the cloning process and maybe haven't seen what a real rig looks like, and you expect it to be one thing and it's going to be different. And that's okay. That's where we make our money, is adapting to the new day. So I'm going to give you guys more plots as I get permission to use them. I'm going to make up some stuff of my own. I'm going to make up some festival designs. I'm going to use some stuff I've had in the past. I'm going to use some show files, some specific show files I've had in the past that have really bothered me. We're going to go step by step every time. We're going to make every piece of this work, and we're going to make a show that works. And this, I want you to apply this to a show that you have. If you don't have a show, if you don't have a show file from another artist, if you don't have a show file from another LD, make something up, man. Like, you look through my own YouTube library, it's a bunch of tunes that I just program for songs. Like, you know, some of which I was just kind of learning how to make videos, and I was trying to learn how to make stuff in WYSIWYG. I've got some stuff that I'm really proud of, some stuff that like kind of looks a little simplified, but it doesn't matter because I know what I'm trying to get across. So get it across. Figure out a way, whether it's MA3D and you're using like some kind of free screen capture stuff, rock and roll, man. Just do what you got to do and get it across. Build a clone rig, build it in MA3D, it's free. Build a clone rig in MA on PC, it's free. You don't have to use WYSIWYG, you don't have to spend a few $1,000s to make this go. I just want to see you guys grow so that I can hire you to replace me, because hopefully I'll, you know, fingers crossed I'm staying healthy all the time. And I know I sound like hell because I'm sick, but they don't pay me to be sick. They pay me to do the gig. So I go and do the gigs, you know, whether I'm sick or not, unless it's something serious. But, you know, at some point I may have to call in a sub, and I want to be able to call one of you guys. And I want you guys to be well educated and well versed on what this stuff is when you're coming up. And I want you guys to walk into your first gig, your very first tour, confident, because you've got the real information about what this job is like in the real world. Anyways, we've been going for 3 hours, 10 minutes, not to mention the little time before when I was just doing Q&A. I'm going to be hanging around, so I'm going to leave the stream active. I'm going to leave the chat open. So if there's any Q&A, I know there's 7 of you here right now, but whatever. Then I'm going to take this video. I'm going to download it from YouTube. I'm going to cut it down into all its pieces and, you know, cut out the breaks and cut out the little tangents and stuff. And we're going to get the meat and potatoes, and then I'll upload this as the proper video. But for those of you who've been hanging around this whole time, thank you. Thank you very much. I know it's been, no joke, 2 years since I streamed with you guys last. I got hired on these gigs. I moved to Florida for a little while and worked with some of the guys that even are in the chat now. Zaxby, this video's for you, man, because I want you coming out here to replace me at some point here. We'll get there if Shoop will let you go, which you won't, because you're too valuable. But hope you guys have a great night. Take care. Happy programming. Build a tune, build a rig for fun. Just do it. Send it to me. I'll use it as a clone thing. Why not? I'll make something for it. Let's have a good time. Let's all learn together. All right. Take care, you guys. Have a great night. And that's all I got. Side note, if you're not subscribed to Retinal Abuse YouTube channel, please do so. It's super helpful. I've got like 600 and something. I'd love to get to 1,000 because I'd love to get like $1.50 every month from doing this. It'd be great. Also, it pushes it out there for other people to see. Hopefully we can kind of spread the love and teach people about lighting. That's all. That was it.